Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, sorry if I have a frog in my throat for a few minutes here. Might cough. But welcome to August 16th, 2022 City Council meeting. We're going to go into closed session in just a moment. Heidi, do we have any changes to our closed session agenda?
Good evening, Mayor. No, not that I'm aware of.
Great. Okay. All right, let's go then into closed session. Let's just do a quick check, make sure there don't have anyone in the public. Yeah, no one in the public that has questions about our closed session, so we'll come back here to open session. Or do we do roll call? I'm sorry, Anita, can we do roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Berkeley. Councilmember Burnett.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here, and maybe Christina or Lisa will join us once we get into closed session. So we'll see everyone back here in open session at 6:30. I apologize, we're about 5 or 10 minutes late. We came out of closed session since 5 o'clock. Our city attorney Heidi Quinn is with us. Heidi, can you please summarize our closed session for us?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council. The council met tonight in closed session on 3 items: labor negotiations with the Marina Employee Association and the professional firefighters, real property negotiation in regard to 2 parcels, APN 032-303 and 038, and APN 032-303-039. And lastly, performance evaluation of a public employee, and it is the unrepresented employee, the city manager. As to all 3 items, information was provided, direction was given, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Do we have a volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Mayor was the other councilman. Oh, never mind.
Let's give Christina a chance. Okay, Lane, our city manager will lead us in the pledge after a moment of silence. Thank you, Lane.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lane. So now we go to the public for anything that's on your mind or issues you want to talk about that are not on our agenda later tonight, maybe some meetings or events happening. Let's go to Karen Anderson. Good evening, Karen.
Thank you. Let's see. Thank you. My questions tonight are regarding the hand cars. By this time last year, I had purchased 3 hand car trips. When will the hand cars begin running this year? And will this be the last time they can run on the TAMC tracks? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. You still have 3 minutes and 52 seconds left. All right, let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Hello, Nancy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I actually wanted to, number one, thank Public Works for the job that was done on Cardoza. The repaving. Unfortunately, there's been some concern that has been expressed to me. 2 things. One, we were told that all of Cardoza was going to be resurfaced and striped, and only that from Bell to Reservation Road was done. The rest of it was not. The other concern, and to me this is far more major, is in restriping, and the lanes were changed dramatically, people are driving where cars are supposed to be parked if you're going northbound. It looks like a driving lane, and it causes a great deal of confusion. It's very difficult if you're going to turn onto Cardoza from the actual driving lane and someone is coming up in the parking lane. And I would like to make a suggestion in order to make it safer for everybody, that the lane that is for parking, yes, it does have signs that says you can park there, but it is not striped for parking. And it would really make a difference in people who are unfamiliar with the changes if that lane that is supposed to be for parallel parking actually be marked as parallel parking. It would make it much safer for everybody. I've witnessed myself when I was going to turn onto Dolphin Circle that someone was coming up behind me in the parking lane. So it really is, it's been a problem that others have complained to me about. and I thought I should bring it forward to the council. So perhaps our Public Works Director can address this and the council can allocate some funding just to finish that striping to make it safer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's go next to Elizabeth Fisher.
Good evening. I am Lisbeth Visser, resident of the Dunes. I would like to announce that I am a candidate for City Council in District 4. This new district includes Preston Park, Abrams Park, Sea Haven, the Dunes, and University Village apartments. After having moved to Marina a little over 5 years ago, I became involved with Citizens for Just Water. As the chair, I fight for Marina's water and environmental justice, together with other volunteers. Please visit our website to read why we oppose KLM's proposed desal project here in Marina, www.citizensforjustwater.org. Click on sign up for updates to join the email list. We need many volunteers because KLM is planning to soon resubmit their application to the Coastal Commission. Please get involved. With other volunteers, I am trying to preserve several large trees in the new phases of the dunes, and we will do the same for future developments in Marina. A few reasons why I am running for City Council: the unacceptably long emergency fire and medical response times, increased speed limits that pose danger to pedestrians and bicyclists, and the need for city maintenance programs. I support plans for a sports center, aquatic center, and several new city parks, which will be beneficial for the entire city. I think that I will be a good addition to City Council to help move those plans forward in the near future. And I'm asking District 4 residents to vote for me in November. My website is under construction. I can be reached at lisbethformarina@gmail.com. That is LIESBETH, the number 4, marina@gmail.com. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for stepping up, and good luck in your campaign for City Council. All right, let's go to Alan M. Go ahead, Alan. All right, Alan, you might be having difficulty unmuting on your end, but we're not going to forget about you.
Okay,
We'll go
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, all right, Alan, hello, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I sent an email out. I don't know if you've read it or not. I would just ask the council members to read my email and comment. Did you receive it?
I don't recognize your name attached to an email that I received.
Okay, I'll try to read it quickly here. My name is Alan Miller. I live at 3001 Independence Avenue, which backs up against General Patton Parkway. Shortly after my wife Susan and I purchased a property in 2019, we noticed that there was a severe erosion on the city side of our backyard fence that was clearly impacting our border fence and backyard. Over the past 3 years, the rather crude protective walls that the city built some years ago have collapsed. So now there is nothing to stop our backyard soil and sand from sliding downhill and under our property line. During winter storms each year, several portions of our fence have collapsed. In the past couple of years, the city manager, public works manager, and some city council members have all been on site to observe the problem. My understanding from discussion with the previous public works manager was that by last month, work would begin to correct the problem. A couple of weeks ago, I learned about the personnel changes within the department and that the old manager who had made this commitment had been replaced. Then more recently, I learned that the whole project was on hold and had never been funded. The new public works manager, Brian, also informed me that the size of the project was beyond the capability of his crew. His opinion is that the outside bids must be taken from private contractors, and the cost is estimated at between 70 and 90K. While I'm not a contractor, that does seem to be an extraordinary amount of money for roughly less than 100 yards of reinforced walls. To do nothing is not acceptable to our family and our neighbors. The neighbors on both sides of us are anxious to see this erosion issue fixed and rebuild our common fencing around our properties. but there is no point in putting up any new fencing if the portion bordering on city property is just going to fall down again. I'm extremely frustrated with the lack of action by the city council or city marina. Neighbors have told me that the city has been well aware of the severe erosion since General Patton Parkway was built many years ago and still have done nothing. As a veteran myself, I don't believe this reflects well on the highly respected name of General George Patton. We have reached the end of our patience and fully intend to seek legal action against the city if no action is taken in the next 60 days. I just summarize. That's basically it. I look for comment from the city council.
Thank you, Alan, for joining us. As of 30 seconds ago, I did receive your email, and I appreciate hearing it with your voice instead of just reading it. But we'll get to this as soon as public comment is over, along with the other questions that were raised. Let's go now to Roger Frick. Hello, Roger. Good evening. So Roger, if you're having trouble, we will come back to you. Just trying to unmute on your end.
How's this? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hi, Roger.
Hi. Well, greetings. I am Alan's neighbor, and I have lived here for a number of years, back and forth, actually, because I've lived all over the place. I'm retired military, retired corporate, and all that good stuff. And it has been an ongoing problem. I think it's got much more serious. That wall could present a problem that more is a safety issue, perhaps, than anything. People walking by could suffer some type of problem, perhaps, if it collapsed. Either way, I just want you to know that I'm his neighbor and I support what he said, and I hope you find a way. I wouldn't think it would be more than $30 to $50 a linear foot to put in a good wooden wall, but I know they were going to do quite a little bit of extensive work. It was concrete, would probably be expensive. I appreciate your time. Hope to see this resolved soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roger, for joining us tonight. All right, let's go to Colleen Bay. Hello, Colleen, and good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I wanted to thank you and the city staff for all of the work that's been done recently in the Traffic Advisory Committee regarding the intersection of California Avenue and Carmel Avenue. As you know, I was almost hit there while walking my children to school a few months ago, and had brought that to the attention of the Traffic Advisory Committee and to the school district. And I've been just so very grateful for the responsiveness from the district and from the city at looking for options to how to keep our kids safe. Since that time, I've learned of a family whose child was hit in that intersection several years ago while walking home from school. And I just encourage you to watch that space in the mornings, right around 8 o'clock, and in the afternoons around 2:25 or 2:30. It is filled with young children and a lot of cars that are very much in a hurry to get places. It's my understanding that pulling out of Marina Vista, you're asked to go toward California. So the cars don't have an option except to go that way. And then from Crumpton, many come through as well. So you have 2 elementary schools feeding in and out of there, as well as middle and high schoolers moving through that space. I noticed that this evening on your agenda, you're talking about another crosswalk improvement, and I'm so grateful to see the attention to pedestrian safety. And I just want to continue to bring your attention to that other intersection, because there are so many families and young children moving through that space, and oftentimes even children without adults with them. I think there's a really good start in the planning, and I hope we keep up the momentum on it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Okay, would anyone else who hasn't spoken like to speak? We'll go to Paula Pillow. Good evening, Paula.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry to come to the meeting so late. Someone may already have brought this up. I just wanted to point out that there was a very a terrible accident that occurred at Preston and Imjum Highway over this past weekend, and two cars came down the dunes into and nearly into the yard of somebody in Abrams Park or the Arnold Court. It's a very steep portion of the dune. It's not the part that's right by the light, but it's approaching it from Reservation Road. And it was a really nasty accident. And it's only by the grace of God that no children were out there playing. And so I have sent in an email, I believe the city manager probably has, and I sent it to Brian and copied a number of other people. And two things, I was wondering if in fact that guardrails could be put in place just for that short stint. It's maybe 50 feet long or something like that, maybe a little bit longer, the very steep portion that goes right down into the backyards of people. And if that could be added into the TAMSI project, the roundabout project, and or is there a way that we could do that? Now, you may know, and I'm sure anyone who drives this, that where Imjum Road and Imjum Parkway intersect, there are guardrails for a steep section along Sea Haven, but we've never had one down here. And we do have on a fairly regular basis accidents, not all of them right exactly at that spot, but at that intersection. It's very dangerous, and it was very alarming to those of us who live here to see these cars, an SUV, come all the way down to the dunes and right up to somebody's backyard. And so I would ask that you look into this and try to do something about protecting people there. I don't know what the cost is, but there's something needs to happen, and perhaps it can be added into the TAMSI roundabout project. Thank you.
All right, so this is in Preston Park on Arnold Court. Is that correct?
No, it's the road. It's Imjum Parkway as it approaches Preston Drive. The dune that they came down in the car accident, the two cars came over the dunes, one of them halfway down and one of them all the way down to the backside of a yard in Arnold Court.
Right, so Arnold Court's part of Preston, and they almost came in cross country from Imjum Parkway.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
No.
Thank
Okay,
you, Paul.
thank you.
All right, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, we'll close public comment in a couple moments, but first we'll give everyone a chance to speak if they haven't already, and raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Karen had a question. When will the hand cars be operating this year? And when's the last, and if this year will be the last time? So the second question is they'll be probably getting a 2-year lease, or they already have a 2-year lease. So they'll be back next year. And again, after that, until potentially after that, until the construction of the surf bus with Monterey Saliners Transit begins, which is expected to be around 2024, maybe later than that. So my guess is we'll have them this year and we'll have them next year. And after that, it's more of a question, but they'll have a 2-year lease through next year. As far as the timing on when they're going to begin, Lane, you're up on this as our point of contact. Can you summarize that for us?
Sure, Mayor. We still have probably a couple months to go to get all the approvals that we need. Unlike last year where they just got a temporary okay from TAMSI, they didn't have to get any official permits. And so we're going through the process with CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, and the Coastal Commission, getting their permits cleared. TAMSI is now working with us on that, and it's going to be submitting a form, and we think we're pretty close on that. We just got a reimbursement agreement signed by them, and so we're waiting for their check on the reimbursement agreement. Once that's in place, then we have Denise Duffy on board to do our environmental work, and so they are ready to proceed on that end. Our attorney is working with them on final changes to our agreement with them. So a lot of different things are going, but I still think we're a month, 2 months out before everything is in place.
Okay, so we're going to miss the summer. Thank you, Lane. I was going to ask you another question, but maybe later. This is not the time for additional questions. All right. Nancy asked about the potential for striping a parking lane to make it easier for people to know that that's not to be driven. Brian, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, definitely. That was a concern that was raised in review of the striping that was coming up. It looks like more needs to be done. And so we have our project manager for the resurfacing project on the meeting tonight, who's hearing this, and we'll be talking about that tomorrow. Couple ideas, but just making it clear. We're trying to accommodate bicyclists as well as vehicles, and there's a lot of pavement that's out there, so we're trying to do something with striping that will make it more clear to the motorists where they should be driving. But definitely message received. And
Right.
there was a question about when's the rest of Cardoza going to be resurfaced. There's also another capital improvement project for televising storm drains in that neighborhood. We've had a couple failures over the last 2 or 3 years, and we wanted to complete that before we do the resurfacing on the rest of Cardoza, and just so we don't end up doing some rework. We have plenty of opportunities coming up with the increased funding for street resurfacing over the next 2 or 3 years.
So Brian, why do you need to televise the storm drains, put them on TV before you resurface the street?
We don't actually broadcast them, Mr. Mayor. We send a camera down on a motorized platform so that we can actually see what the condition of the pipe itself in the ground and identify where potential failures are and repairs need to be made.
Oh, okay, thank you. I never heard of that term in that case. Great. Lane and Brian, Roger and Alan asked about the backyard fence for Independence backing up to Patton Parkway. What's our status on that?
Yeah, and I can understand, appreciate Alan's frustration. Yet that is not an approved project in our capital improvement program. When we do our budgets every year, we review all the capital needs in the city, and then the council prioritizes them. And that was in there, but was not a funded project by the council. We went through the last budget, but we did a walkthrough on the along the area, and we said we would try to see if we could do that repair work with our existing crews. And that is when Matt Jones and they all went and looked at it, but ultimately they decided it was too extensive a project for our crews to be able to do. And so we've looked at getting cost estimates, and that's where that new number came in on that cost estimate. And the next steps at this point is we'll be starting our budget process in next spring, or probably next January, February, and to include that with our budget process and see if council wants to fund it at that point in time. Brian, anything else to add with that?
Yeah, as you explained, Lane, we've looked at it, we've done the engineering calcs, we've tried to assess whether we can do it in-house with our staff and just purchase materials. But the depths on the posts are pretty extensive. And so, I think we're going to have to bring a contractor in on this. And, I've instructed staff to pay attention to those fences and see what we can do to shore them up as the winter approaches, because we don't want the fences to go over this winter. But it's at this point, estimates are at least in the $50,000 to $70,000 range. I know people have mentioned that sounds really expensive, but we are a public agency and we do pay prevailing wage. So we don't get the same pricing that other people do.
All right, Lane, when would it be appropriate for council to consider this sooner than budget?
Yeah, if council gives us a direction, we have enough information that we could put it on a future agenda and see if council wants to make a special allocation for that.
Okay, let's do that. I don't want to turn this into a discussion, but if it's important that we address this sooner than later due to weather conditions and erosion potential, I would be worried if I was a homeowner, as I've heard these people are. think we can all be in their shoes, know what that's like. Okay, last question. Well, there are two more. California at Carmel, do you have any comment on the safety of that intersection and what we can do, if anything?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this was reviewed by the Traffic Advisory Committee. The engineers have looked at it and we've come up with an interim, like a temporary bulb out, more like a demonstration project using white wheel stops and white delineators and some striping, improved signage, some pavement marking. And we've ordered the materials. And so as soon as those are in, we're going to implement that. And then a little bit more kind of intermediate, trying to implement the pedestrian or the safe biking and walking to school plan. Where there's some interest in applying for a grant through TAMC for kind of a prefab roundabout that has been employed in other cities, something that people are interested in looking at. So I think we may be competitive on that front.
Wow, that sounds exciting. Okay, last question. Is it appropriate to consider a guardrail where the two cars are reported to go down the bank off Imogen Parkway near back of Arnold Court?
Yes, I do have the email from Paula. Have not had a chance to respond to it, but we'll be engaging with the team and looking at whether a guardrail would be appropriate. It's kind of an analysis of, guardrails. Hitting guardrails is not a pleasant thing. So we look at, would it be better to hit a guardrail or better to go farther down the slope before they hit some sort of impediment? But we'll do the analysis from a safety standpoint.
Okay, so do you do that outside of the safety committee meeting and then? So do you do that outside of the traffic committee meeting and then report to the traffic committee, safety committee, the results of the consideration?
In this case, we do have a project and, a project team. So I think we will pitch it to the project team and look at, including that in our project if in the project, if appropriate.
Is the project team of consultants or is it entirely staff?
No, it's staff and consultants.
Okay, thank you. So unless anyone else noted questions I neglected here, I think that's all we had. Okay, don't see anyone jumping. So let's go to Councilmember Christina Menina Dirksen and then Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everybody can hear me? Yes, okay. And thank you to the 22 people who are attending here. I just have a few announcements to make. First, I want to thank Public Works for the improved lighting at the crosswalk going to Windy Hill Park. That was a very nice surprise to see the lights flashing once again on our evening walks. To notice that and to know that that is a very busy intersection. So as school started back up, having those lights adds an extra safety feature. So I really want to say thank you. On the same vein, I noticed a public work employee inspecting signs in my neighborhood. That is neighborhood watch signs as well as others. So I'm greatly appreciative for all of the priorities we have in our town, that they're on the ground and they're actually proactive in working in our community. So I'm very grateful for all of them. I also want to announce that maybe Councilmember Burnett will you be thumbs up, yes or down, talking about the surf line, bus line open houses? Yes, okay, I'll leave that to you since you're the MST rep. Next, Marina Youth Baseball Softball is looking for board members for next year. This is interesting because it would be, this is a community-based program, so anybody who is interested should go to their website. This is a program afforded open to all Marina residents, so having our voices on those boards are important. So we lead the direction of our sports program. There is a brand new brownie troop forming. There's a notice in the Facebook Marina community from our very own Yuri Anderson. She and another parent are starting up a brownie troop specifically for second third graders. There will be an info session starting, there will be an info session on Thursday, the 18th at 5:30 at the Marina Library. If anybody wants any information about that, her contact information is YC Anderson, ANDERSON2 at gmail.com. So this would be a first for quite a while of having a Marina-based Girl Scout troops. We've had Girl Scouts from the Sprinkles community help us tremendously with the Friends of the Marina Library events. So I wanted to just really encourage anybody who has a youngster who might be interested. This is a great leadership opportunity. And I'm sure there's a whole lot more going on, but I will pass it over to Mr. Burnett. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Christina. Councilmember Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to get some clarification. I know it wasn't your intention when you responded to the question about the question to the city manager and the public works director. It seemed to suggest that we were going to take some action as to moving this along as a project. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that what you were asking was that the city manager, public works director get back to council and see how we could fit this into our projects. You weren't bumping anything that had already been slotted or scheduled. I just didn't want to give the impression that, something had jumped the line or that we had reshuffled our projects based on this one particular incident. And I'm just wondering, Blaine, could you comment on that or?
Right. I'm going to meet with our public works director and we're going to assess the project again and the status and options. And we can bring a report back to the council of our assessment based on our discussion.
Great. I didn't. I want us to be responsive and to show folks that we are listening, but at the same time, I didn't want folks to think that, oh, all I have to do is come and talk to, city council and things get shifted immediately. That there is a progression to this. I also wanted to announce that the SURF project is moving along. It recently received, this is the MST project, to have a dedicated busway between Marina and Sand City, and that there is going to be a open house opportunity to ask questions and get information about this project. So I wanted to, that's always what happens, right? You have the right. Well, I can.
Did you need the dates?
Update.
I have the
dates.
dates.
If you have it, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Yes, we're looking at, let's see, August 16th, which is tonight, from 4 to 8 at the Old Monterey Marketplace in Monterey. That is downtown. August 27th and the 28th, which is the West End Festival in Sand City. Look for their booth between, well, it's in Sand City. That's all I gotta say. And then we're gonna look for an open house right here in Marina on August 31st from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Carpenters Union Hall. That's over near if you're heading to REI, you'd go left instead. And then September 1st, they're gonna be at the Monterey County Fair, and that's a senior day. So if you have any other questions, I guess you can go ahead and contact Mr. Burnett or MST itself. How's that?
Great. Thank you, Christina. I have my emails strategically positioned. Thank you. That was all the announcements.
Okay, Lane, did you have something?
I do have some recreation announcements if you're interested in some of those.
Okay, one moment. Let's get through the announcements of City Council. Okay, thank you. There was 14 volunteers involved in a community cleanup litter pickup on the roads, starting at Beach and Del Monte. roundabout and heading north all the way to the freeway, 2.5 miles further north. They picked up 14 bags of garbage this past Sunday, including, in addition to some bulky items, we had 2 cases of uncooked chicken, we had a pile of rotting fish, and we had a brand new unused package of dispensary product that we found on the roadside. And our next event is the second Sunday in September, because we do this every second Sunday. We meet at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard at 10 a.m. So on September 11th, Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, we'll be there. Pizza arrives at noon, and we're all done by 12:30 p.m. on those Sundays. So every second Sunday of the month. Also, thank you to the volunteers. We had approximately 23 volunteers outside our Marina Library doing community garden and oak woodland native plant work. It's always great when the Blue Zones Project of Monterey County boosts our attendance. And also the Friends of the Marina Library have a lot going on, but every second Sunday of the month, they have Dad's Read, where they have a volunteer dad reading to many children outside the Marina Library. And then they have spillover events, like this time they had ponies for everyone to pet. And then we get some people kind of migrate over just a little bit further where we are at the community garden. And they inquire and ask questions, and they help us, and they volunteer a little bit. Sometimes they come back on a further future Saturday. So it's really great. Everybody check out the Marina Library on Saturdays, every Saturday throughout the year, but especially the second Saturday of every month. There's more going on outside the Marina Library. It's really kind of special, pretty cool. I'd like to say thank you to Lane Long and Kathy Biala. They put a lot of effort in their busy schedule to host the California Coastal Commission, California Department of Water Resources, Fish and Game, Caltrans, California Conservation Corps, and other state agencies had representatives at the Marina Library for a 2-day workshop between all those state agencies on environmental justice. Day 2 of that 2-day event was in Marina at the library in the community room. And then Kathy and I gave a presentation about environmental justice and relating to the CMEX sand plant and the Caliam proposed desal plant. And then we took them on a physical tour. We had 3 stops, took about it was about a 2.5-hour event between the indoor and the outdoor. We took them to the landfill. We took them to the sand mining plant as close as we could get. And we took them to Cypress Knolls. And they were really moved by what they saw and heard. And we hope that it helps the whole state go a little deeper into making sure that certain communities aren't burdened with industrial facilities in the future like they have been in the past, that they get a better shake in the consideration of how these projects are located, such as sewage treatment and desal and other regional industrial facilities. All right, I'll then move it over to Lane for our recognition announcements. Thank you, Lane.
Matt, can you pull the flyers up, please? Okay, first we have a Labor Day celebration. It's going to be at our teen center, and this is on Saturday, September 3rd, and there is going to be a ton of fun activities. Next slide. That'll kind of highlight some of these activities. From 10 to 2, we'll have, and can you make that larger, Matt, at all? That helps. So from 10 to 2, we'll have music. We'll have a lot of games, bounce houses, dodgeball, ping pong, horseshoes, a visual praise dance team. That is something new. Then scroll down a little bit more. We have from 11 to 2, we have disc golf. We'll have cornhole competition, face painting. We'll have great food service, tacos, burgers, hot dogs, chips, fruits, a lot of drinks. We'll have softball games. And that evening at Vince DiMaggio Park, a different location, there'll be a movie in the park that night at 8:30. So Ron Powell has worked really hard with our staff of putting that Labor Day activity together. Just want to remind everyone that our senior center is up and going with activities, and they meet on Monday and Wednesdays at Vince DiMaggio, so it's not the community center. They have exercise classes. If you scroll down, we have social hour going on up there. They have pickleball on Tuesdays at the Los Arbos tennis courts. We have line dancing will be is at the community center. They have sewing, quilting, knitting. This is also at the community center. So a lot of things are going on with our seniors. If you want to join our senior group, it's a $20 annual membership fee if you're a resident and $35 if you're a non-resident. We welcome everyone to join and be a part of our great senior group. We have a lot of activities going on with our Marina after school program. This is at the community center. And so anyone can register for that. You can scroll down. It has our prices for that. And again, that is for K through 5th grade. If you're a resident, that's $35. So that's $35 after school, Monday through Friday. That is your best bargain in the world for after school programs for your school age children, K through 5. Then we have a lot of fun activities going on. So in coordination with the back to school event at the schools, so the parents are with their school age kids are meeting their teachers and reviewing that. Then they can go over directly from meeting with the schools teachers and with their kids over to our teen center and have a evening of mom and dad with their kids, and we'll have snacks and hot dogs and all kind of fun things going on at the teen center. So that'll be open 5:30 to 7. So parents, when you're finished at school, just mosey on over to the teen center. Then we have a lot of activities going on with our teen center. It is up and operational now that school is in place. We have dodgeball, and if you can scroll up, I believe dodgeball is every Monday at 4:30. Next slide. We have game night, and that is on Tuesdays, and I believe that is at 4:30. Again, these are all at the teen center. Next slide. We have arts and crafts, and those are on each Wednesday at 3:30. And that's a little bit earlier because school gets out early. And so just a fun program there. And so these are on those flyers, as it says 17th, 24th, and 31st, but it's really every Wednesday in August. Next slide. We have ping pong. And again, that is on Thursday afternoons at 4:30, our teen center. We have basketball that is Friday from 4:30 to 5:30 every Friday at our teen center. And then just a reminder of Cars in the Park, October 8th, and this is over at our Vince DiMaggio Park, I believe. Yes, and so that is our announcements for the Recreation Department. Lots going on. We're really proud of our staff getting engaged after our schools are opened up.
Great, Lane. Thank you. That's quite a lineup of fun events for different ages. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Menini-Dirksen. Do you have something, Christina?
Thank you. I love that our city manager is saying all of these activities because we're pretty robust. Since this is a recreation matter, perhaps, I'm not sure if this is the right time to ask, but is there anything going on with our pump track? And is that maybe later? I just would like a quick little update.
Better to have it later, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Does any member of the public wish to ask any brief questions or make brief comments or pull something for deeper discussion from our consent agenda? Please raise your hand. All right, Tommy, we're going to go to Tommy Bolea for comments on our consent agenda. Go ahead, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yeah, I guess, could we have public comment after you guys talk about it? That was my only issue.
Okay, Tommy, thank you. We're probably not going to have a lot of comment on consent agenda. We normally don't unless people like you wish to pull particular items or ask specific questions.
No, but are you going to have public comment after you talk about an agenda item? I
We
guess
always
that's
do.
the
We are required
Okay,
by law.
okay.
to do
All
that.
right, all right. Thank you, thank you.
All
That's
right,
all.
thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Okay. Same question to council, and let's start with Christina Medina Dirksen on the consent agenda.
You're muted.
You guys gotta tell me these things. I had a question on consent agenda item 8A1, accounts payable. And then we had somebody from the public earlier talk about the E1, which was the advertising and bids for the California pedestrian crossing.
Okay, Christina,
And
can we get your question,
that's it.
Christina, on the bills?
Mhm, absolutely. On the bills, I was noticing on page 11, so everybody knows there's every week, a meeting, we have a registry that says how to spend your money. And starting on page 11, page 11, there was a lot of damage and rerun checks, and I'm wondering why. Do you need me to pull them up?
So we'll get that. So one on page 11.
And then I had a follow-up question about the checks.
Okay, so we have a lot of reconciled amounts. And
You said from page 11 going on down.
Actually, I'm sorry. I'm looking at page 6. Page 11 is the last page. Page 6 of 11, starting mid-page at number 100553. It was void reissue, the one above it, and it goes on until number 100567. So there's a good amount of checks that were damaged and voided and reissued.
Oh, yeah. So we've had some staff turnover. So we have a new staff member who is processing accounts payable, and that staff member simply printed the checks in the wrong format, essentially. So it was just a formatting issue. So those checks we had to void and mark them as damaged and reissue. So it was a batch of, I think, 20 something odd checks at least. Yeah.
Well, my bad. It starts at page 5. Sorry. I guess I started noticing at page 6. Did it cause any return check fees or anything like that?
No, we found the error 2 seconds after he physically printed the checks. So it was just an internal issue where we just void out the checks that we already have in hand and then reissue in the system. So just a lot of duplicate data entry is what we had to do.
Okay. The next question I have relating to these checks is it possible to get them broken down by department? Because I kind of do the leap in my mind of who's, I just happen to know the names or that I recognize. Is it possible to get them broken down by department?
We could certainly do that. What you would see is for, let's say, a PG&E bill, if we were to go that format, you would see, I'll just use finance, you would see a PG&E bill from finance for some amount, and then
$8,000 this month, but go ahead.
Something like that, and then it'd go to police department, PG&E, fire, so you'd see it sliced in a different way and organized in a different way if we did it by department. So you wouldn't see all the PG&E bills in one continuous list. You'd see them, fire, PD, what have you, finance. So we can certainly sort it in a different way. I'm not sure if that would help in what you're trying to analyze, or if you want to do it, slice it both ways, or
Perhaps I can follow up. What I'm always looking for is just the overall pattern of spending and what departments, and those $8,000 PG&E and water bills always seem to interest me. But
okay,
go ahead, city manager.
Well, we can follow up with you offline on that and see if there's some things that we can do with that.
Okay,
All right,
and then on
leave
the
that
other,
down. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the other one, but it looks like Kathy Biella would like to speak, was just to see if anybody on the public on 8E1, which was the pedestrian crossing, had any questions. And then there was also K1 that I think we might have some people in the audience wanting to speak to the AV system at the library.
Okay, well, we already asked for public comment on consent, didn't get it. But if you want to pull California Crosswalk or Library AV, you can do that for further discussion, or you can ask brief questions now for that.
I think since we did hear from Ms. Y, I will pull K1 just on the library because I think there may be some people here to speak about that.
Well, if they are, they had the opportunity, Christina, you think that they just joined us and they would want to now?
I think that they don't know the format. Sometimes city government can be a little confusing, and so knowing that it was on the consent and no one mentioned it is different than really being off the consent. So I would say it's probably just not knowing government.
So we'll make that item 11E, the Marina Library audio video system that's coming. And I would like to pull California Avenue just to let everyone make sure that they see what's coming, because it's when it does start to happen, I think we're going to get a lot of input. So that was, you can help me out, Christina, or anybody. That was item.
I'm sorry, that was number, tell me, it would be E1, 8E1.
8E1 will become 11F, and we'll move to Kathy, unless you have more questions, Christina.
Should we reline up and move up? Can we move it up a little closer is my question, just because I can see Melissa Mejia, our library managers here, as is some others. I just wondered, maybe they want to hear it sooner than later.
Okay, we have some other things that are really important to get to tonight, so we're running into a time crunch, I think. Lane, what's your suggestion here? We have a couple of consent items that are being pulled, and I'm concerned about getting into lengthy discussions on those and not getting our action items done.
Right, and I think in one of our 11D, when we talk about efficiency of our meetings, our city attorney, Heidi Quinn, is going to talk about that, that issue. I don't think the questions would, hopefully they aren't too long, I don't think, on.
So would you like
issues.
them to be A and B, or would you like them to be somewhere else in the action sequence?
If it's just really quick, I think we do it
Up front. Okay. So let's try to get to those as soon as we're done with the consent agenda, since we have no public hearing. So we'll make them A and B instead of what I said earlier. Okay, anything more, Christina? All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a brief question and a comment, but it's related to 8K1, which now we're going to be pulling, right? Okay, so I'll hold off. Thank you.
Okay, I'll motion we approve the consent agenda minus those two items that have been pulled.
I second.
Any further comment by council? All right, let's go to a vote.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, that passes 5-0. We'll move on. And Melissa, just be patient with us. We see you'll be the first speaker once we get to it. Let's take the library item first. And would someone like to frame that for us?
Yeah, Mayor, members of council, this is an item that was approved in the capital improvement budget for a new AV system at the library, something that better serve the needs of the community, and a lot of the movies that are being shown there. And so staff has moved forward with this. This is not kind of your typical, hire a construction contractor to bring in the trades to make alterations to a building. This is more install equipment. So staff reached out to a number of vendors in the area. We did receive 5 proposals. We did met with members of the library and Friends of Marina Library in that selection process, selected Axiom as the recommended vendor. So the working through the process and what was expected for the AV system, we weren't able to get it within the budget of 50,000. There was an expressed interest by Friends of Marina Library of getting a bigger screen to make the best of the better projector and sound system that was being installed. Their board has approved contributing $7,500 towards the project, and that is part of the actions recommended to council, that city council receive that $7,500. But beyond that, staff were dealing with increasing material prices, equipment prices. We do have a firm quote from the recommended vendor at this point, but depending on at what point they actually go and place the order and procure the equipment, those things could go up. So staff is recommending $11,000 being added to the budget from the unallocated general fund balance. And that is one of the other recommendations for city council. And being that this is a professional services contract, typically on construction contracts, we do recommend that council approve contingency on this. In this case, we're recommending that city manager give city manager authority to execute a contract amendment should that $11,000 be needed for the project to proceed to completion, because the time it would take to come back to city council and the current economic environment could lead to further price escalation. With that, I guess we can get to questions from city council or people in the public.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question that this new AV equipment, will it be fully accessible to the city of Marina? I think we had an issue recently in which the city required some AV equipment for that room, but it was locked up and we were not able to access it. I guess that also points to what is the official relationship between the Friends of the Marina Library and the city. Do we not share certain things, or are all things at this point, especially the equipment, accessible to all parties?
So Mayor Pro Tem, this would fall under, we have an operating agreement or a MOU with the Monterey County Free Libraries as to who operates or controls the operations within the library and maintains things within the library. So the way this would work is it would be available to the community or the city or anybody that wants to reserve that space. And so library staff would check out the remote controls for the system and allow that use along with instructions on how to use the AV equipment. So it's not something that would be subject to getting special permissions from anybody. It's part of the library and part of that room. So it would be available to the public and the city.
Okay, great, thank you.
Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking over the specifications, and I'm wondering, Mr. McMahon, do you know, does it allow for a wireless connection? It looks as though the connection panels are direct connects for HDMI and VGA, but would there be the possibility that a wireless laptop could connect to the projector? I didn't see that in the specification. I'm not real familiar with the equipment.
That I do not know. I don't think that was part of the specifications. I think some of that would be kind of dependent on connecting it into a wireless network at the library, and actually being able to access those features. I think it's a little bit more basic as far as actually plugging things in.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Brian, maybe we need the library staff, but you probably have some idea about how do we let everybody use this and protect against abuse or unintentional damage done to the equipment.
I don't know, I think we have library staff here, but I think it's going to be kind of dependent on, people checking out the equipment, the remotes, as they're reserving the room. They would have information on who's checking out that equipment, should anything happen. And damage, I think is really kind of limited to the remotes themselves, because all the equipment's going to be operated remotely. The projector's up high in the ceiling, because you'd physically have to throw something at it. The screen would drop down based on remote. And also in the contract is a spare set of remotes, should they be needed. So I think, there's always a possibility, but I think it's kind of limited the way it's set up.
So do the users bring their own laptop?
The users would bring their own laptop.
Okay, and the sound system is unavailable manually. It's only available remotely.
Yeah, it would all be controlled through the remotes.
Okay. I look forward to hearing from Melissa to see if she has any other ideas that we should be thinking about. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. How long had the Friends been initiating this project pre-COVID? I do know that. Will it be equipped for Zoom? And the comment, I just wanted to add that the library pre-COVID got 200 to 300 people use the library a day, and pre-COVID 500 people a month use the room. And this is multiple organizations, and I think Melissa can speak to that. So is it equipped for Zoom?
I would say yes, to the extent that you have Zoom access through whatever laptop or computer you're connecting to the system. And so the sound would be fed from the computer, the feed and the video would be fed from the computer as well. So yeah, I think the microphone may be more limited to what kind of sound reception is included in the computer or what is set up by the user that checks out the room.
And is it correct that there was a portion that was provided by the nonprofit, the Friends of the Marina Library? The financing of this.
That is part of the recommended council action. They're providing $7,500 towards a new screen.
Okay, thank you. I do have comments, but I will save them for later. Thank you. You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I'll motion that we approve the 6 steps outlined in our requested staff recommendation, including approving the resolution and receiving and appropriating all the funds listed here that we've been hearing about tonight.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you very much, Christina. Let's go to Melissa and the rest of the public. Go ahead, Melissa Mejia.
Hi, thank you so much for having me and for being able to let me speak for a little moment. And I do just want to kind of talk a little bit about the room use. We do have each organization sign off on a meeting room policy that details a lot of the care of the room and the expectations that they do make sure to follow all the proper procedures to ensure that the equipment is safe and that the room is left in a good state for the next groups to use. So that would be something that we would also be reviewing when we add the new AV equipment. But yeah, I just wanted to express my sincere gratitude to all of the work being done for this project between city staff, and of course the Friends of the Marina Library. This has been in the works for since I started working for the library back in the summer of 2018. The room is beloved by so many different organizations, even outside of Marina, but it's used heavily by the city. It's used by the Friends group, and it's used by library staff. And so with this improvement to the room, the possibilities are really endless to what we can do in that room as we start to build community again after the last couple of difficult years of the pandemic. So, these type of partnerships are really vital to a library to thrive. And, we're really grateful for the city and for our volunteers to have such a huge investment in their community. So thank you all for working on this project. And I'm just really excited because there's just so much that we can do now. So thank you.
Thanks, Melissa, to you and your crew for helping us out with that meeting we had last week hosted by the Coastal Commission. It went really well. Thanks to you and the rest of your coworkers, providing us what you provide us so we can make that successfully, that event successful. All right, let's go to Denise Turley. Good evening, Denise.
Hi, thank you. I think this question can be quickly answered by Lane. I'm wondering if the library staff knows, if there's a conflict and someone wants the room and it's not available at that time, do they refer to alternate facilities? I believe as part of the Preston Abrams Park budget just passed last week, that our community room now has a limited version of that. Second question, in order to do that at that facility, they had to spend $202.75 a month on a TV connection. Are you guys having to put a TV connection in the library? I don't see that they're connected, but maybe someone smarter than me would know. And finally, I think the lady from the library hit on it lightly, but as the equipment comes back, or the remotes or whatever it is, I'm hoping that they are checked by a staff member for things as simple as batteries are still there or working. Even if there's a question, do they fill out a form if they have a problem during that process? So the librarian can go in and check out and see if that was a fluke at a time where it's a new ongoing problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise, very much for joining us. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. Good evening, Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to first express my gratitude to both Brian and Saber with our Marina Public Works Department. Saber, I'm afraid I'm going to destroy how I pronounced his last name, Mezenhaz. Hopefully Brian can correct me here on this. Has been phenomenal working as the project manager for this built-in AV system. Myself, representing the Friends of the Marina Library, and Ray, my husband, have been invited to be at every one of the meetings as the 5 contractors. It was 6 contractors, but the first one that was interviewed pulled out. We were able to be at every meeting so that we could share the experiences that Friends of the Marina Library had as we would put on events down there at the library for the community. And we met with Monterey County Free Library staff, and we met with Melissa, our librarian, so we could talk about how more expansive we will be able to be at our library community room in our offerings to children, families, continue with our older adult themed films, be able to do PowerPoint presentations. The Friends many, many years ago invested in some sound equipment that was specifically for films that we would show. And that was equipment that the Friends purchased and was only used by the Friends of the Marina Library. This investment by you, the city, and our contribution from the Friends of the Marina Library is going to now allow for the many, many government agencies that use that room, as you, Bruce, the mayor, spoke to of the meeting you had there just recently, and for Melissa to be able to do some tremendous offerings, and for the Friends to be able to expand in what we've been able to offer to the community. I'm very excited about this, and I really appreciate the motion that's being made here. We have all been quite surprised at how the costs have escalated. Just as recently as August 1st, the selected contractor had to resubmit their bid because already the costs had escalated. So I greatly appreciate the commitment of the City Council. I greatly appreciate the work by Saber and Brian in bringing this forward. I'm very excited about what library staff, what Friends of the Marina Library is going to be able to bring to the community. And I'm looking forward to seeing how others in the community will be able to enjoy that room and bring their own offerings to our community. So thank you very, very much for your support.
You muted, Bruce.
Thank you, Grace, for what you and everyone at Friends of Marina Library have done to help make this happen. Let's go to Tommy Balea. Hello, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yeah, I mean, the projector I want is like 4K high resolution, and that's around $4,000 to $5,000. I mean, unless you guys are buying 10 projectors, I don't know where that 50,000 plus the additional charges. I don't see it. I mean, I would have to see the invoice before I would pay for it, but the best projector I would want is $5,000. Now you got 45,000 left over. I mean, okay, you run a few cables. Okay, there's some labor involved. I'm not saying don't do this project. We definitely need it. We need a modern high-tech library, but it just seems way overpriced. I don't know if it's because of the city and they multiply it times 10. That part I don't understand, but whatever it takes, if it's 50 grand, I do not see it at all. It's way overpriced. But if they need it and the community needs it, then let's do it. But I don't see where the price actually comes into play here. I would definitely recommend getting either laser or LED projectors for longevity. And most all new equipment that you buy today all have Ethernet ports, which allows you to interconnect it within a network. You can control it from an office within that library. You can turn it on, you can turn it off, you could do a lot of things. It's fully controllable from anywhere. And anything that you buy new today should have Ethernet or Wi-Fi ready. And that'll allow you much more longer life of that product and service to the community. So just make sure you're getting those key features, Ethernet connections, Wi-Fi ready, laser or LED, which gives you longevity and reliability. But one projector is $5,000, the one that I want, and that's high resolution, 4K, and very bright lumen brightness. But if you're buying 10 projectors, I can understand. But one projector, okay, you have a sound system. That just, I don't know. I don't see I would have to see that invoice before I signed it. But I'm more cost conscious. And it just seems to me that if it's a city, it gets multiplied times 10. And I just don't buy that. I think we definitely need it. And we need to go to the 21st century. And I'm not saying don't do it. It just seems the price does not match what you're doing. Now, if you had breakout rooms besides the main room and they all needed a projector, and then I can see the prices going up. But other than that, if it's just one room with some sound, and a lot of it with modern equipment is all wireless. So you don't even need cabling other than running power. But there should be power in that ceiling already from the previous projector that was in there. You can have motorized screens or non-motorized. I mean, but still, I don't see 50 grand. Oh, but that's just my comments. Thank you. Good evening. Bye.
Thank you very much, Tommy. And let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Hello, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if maintenance and repair are included with the contract.
I think they're not, but we'll ask that question as soon as public comments over, just to confirm, Jeffrey, your answer. Do you have other input, Jeff?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Go ahead, Karen Anderson. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado and City Council. Well, I'm looking at agenda pages starting with 64 of 220, and all of the expenses regarding this AV system are laid out for everybody in the public to examine. In particular, I'm seeing an Epson laser projector for about $6,800. I'm seeing the drop screen for 6,000 roughly. And the audio set system looks like it's going to be about 7,000, some of it, the surround sound processing and amplification, and more speakers for about another 13,000. 17,000. So all of these numbers are there for everybody in the public to check out for themselves, and no need to go on and on about how somebody might be able to do it more cheaply. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. And she's referring to pages 22 and 23 of the staff report, but in the larger agenda packet, it's into the hundreds because it's paginated from 1 through X for the whole evening's agenda items. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and appreciate everyone who has spoken here. The first question from Jeff was, do any maintenance costs get included in this, or is this just up to the point of installation?
So, Mr. Mayor, the maintenance itself, the vendor has proposed a cost for annual maintenance, and the Friends of Marina Library has agreed to enter into a separate agreement with that vendor for the maintenance of the system itself. So the city will not be paying for it, but it is included with the install.
Okay. And Denise asked about a TV connection. How does TV connection work with this?
So an update, it will be enabled for Apple TV and Chromecast. So, you know, those are new terms. I've heard them before. I think people are using that, and I think those are going to work. And so if they're available through those.
Okay. This is probably a question for library staff, pretty basic question. How will the remotes be checked out and ensure that they're in good working order in between loan outs, in between uses? And I guess we can ask Melissa or Brian if you want to take that. Otherwise, I'll look for Melissa.
I hope Melissa can answer that, because I don't want to profess that I know the exact process.
All right, Melissa. Go ahead if you could.
Yeah, so it would be similar to the way that we already check out microphones and keys to organizations. So at the time of them approving the meeting room policy, at the time of the booking, they would also get, along with the key to the facility, they would also get the remote control. And at the time of return, just like we do with the microphones, we check the status of the room to just make sure that everything is left in good order for us, and we follow up with the organizations if necessary. So yeah, it would be something we would follow up with definitely.
Okay, so it's 10 p.m. I've used the facility and the AV. I want to turn all the remotes back in. I probably drop them in the book slot. And then is there a form if I have problems to let you know that there were problems potentially?
You know, we usually have like little notes in the bags of the checkout key where we ask for the number of attendance of folks that we need that number for statistics purposes, but I'm sure we can add, you know, a line on there about additional comments or any concerns. I think that's actually a really good idea. So we can definitely just add that on to the key packet.
Okay. Denise had a fourth question that I thought was kind of off topic related to how they did something at the community center at Preston. But Denise, if we can get that question offline, that would save us a couple moments here tonight, a couple minutes. Did anyone else note any other questions that haven't been responded to? All right. So let's go back to council now. Any comments council has before we go to a vote? Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Sure, just a quick one. I think our library director, Melissa Mejia, hit on it. This is a very perfect example of government working very closely with community and meeting community needs. So I really appreciate all the work that Grace Silva and Ray Silva Santella put into this, and the Friends of the Marina Library raising money for this. So that's all I have to say is a great partnership.
Thank you, Christina. I know that you served or are serving on the board for Friends of the Library, so thanks for your dedication to the library as well. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the two consent items that were pulled. I think you numbered them 8N and 8O. Is that correct?
We already
I'll
have
second
one motion on the floor.
We do. Okay. Was it second?
So-
Yes. Okay, then
So,
call for the question.
Yeah, if we can have a roll call, please, on the AV Marina issue and library issue.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you. That passes unanimously with the four of us present. And moving to the California Avenue pedestrian crossing, I pulled it just for information only. Is there a chance we can put the Exhibit A on the screen, just so everyone knows in a visual way what we're talking about? A crosswalk across California Avenue where Marina Heights Drive is, or nearby there at Patton Parkway.
Give me just a second.
Brian, I tried to promote both of your consultants. I think they need to accept though.
Okay. Okay, I might have it here.
This has been a concern for residents, especially those with children who are trying to cross California Avenue without a crosswalk to get to the high school, for example, or our middle school. And so as soon as you bring it up, Brian, I'm just going to ask you to explain briefly how it's going to work.
Okay.
And it's about $500,000, which is half what we thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to be $1 million at some point in the past. So it's good to know that it's 445,000, etc., approximately. And if you could blow it up a little bit, Brian.
All right.
So this is totally with the intent of transparency, because as soon as it starts getting built, then people are going to start asking questions. So let's do the best we can to let everyone know in public what's happening. If we get questions later, we can refer them to tonight's presentation.
Okay, is that, can you see that?
Not
Is it
well.
bigger now?
It's pretty small. We could get away with it, but it's pretty small.
Let me try this different then.
And we could see your cursor, so that's going to help out a lot, just because we'll be able to follow your cursor.
Is that bigger now?
No, but I think let's give it a whirl with your cursor. That should help a little bit.
Okay. So this is a pedestrian hybrid beacon is what is proposed for this intersection. This became an issue. While we do have the Sea Haven development to the east of this intersection that is building out over time here, and at the Marina Heights Drive here, connection to the west side of California Avenue where the current sidewalk exists. There's no sidewalk on the east side of California Avenue. And so getting pedestrians across to the sidewalk will allow them to get to Marina High School, a safe path of travel. So as it is now, we're adding another pedestrian ramp on the southeast corner, which would be on the lower left in this view. I don't know if you can see this here. Another ramp, and then adding a crosswalk across here. And then also another pedestrian ramp on the west side of the intersection. So that will provide the ADA accessible route across California Avenue. What the pedestrian hybrid beacon is, it has arms out over the roadway, similar to a traffic signal, oriented closer to the crosswalk itself. And it operates similar to a pedestrian signal at an intersection. The pedestrian would push the pedestrian button, which would initiate, there's a series of 3 lights on the arms themselves out over the roadway, 2 red ones over a yellow one. So when the ped button is pushed, the yellow light would activate to alert motorists that there's going to be a signal change. And then once they've had time to stop at the white limit lines that are set back from the crosswalk on either side of the intersection, then the light will go solid red for a period of time to allow for the crossing. And then as the signal is getting ready to change back, the pedestrian will get the flashing countdown and the flashing don't enter. And then the signals overhead will go to an alternating flashing between the 2 red signals so that the motorists know that the signal is about to change. And then once that phase is complete, then all the lights over the roadway will go blank, and then the vehicles will be able to travel as normal. And that's how that operates. We do know at some point in the future, this intersection will probably go to a signalized intersection once the traffic volumes reach the levels that meet the warrants for a traffic signal. So in light of that, looking towards the future, the power supply and the pedestals for the controllers and for the traffic, the ped button and future traffic signal will accommodate the future traffic signal. The poles themselves and overhead, we're siting the one on the west side such that traffic signal equipment could be installed on that arm, and it could operate as part of one of the legs of the traffic signal. And then also the other pole could be relocated with a foundation and an addition of a foundation and a pole, along with some conduit and a couple more handicap ramps would complete the intersection. So this is something that will provide safety in the interim until the warrants are met, with an eye towards the future and making sure that this is not a throwaway project. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Brian. In the vein of trying to reduce future maintenance by doing things a little differently than we have in the past, these electrical boxes are attractive to taggers, graffiti, etc. And so one of the many questions I asked staff in advance, and I appreciate Brian answering all my questions, which saved us a lot of time tonight, Brian, doing that offline. But the one issue I wanted to ask you about was, what steps do we council have to take to try to get some art on this box, right away, so we never have to do, hopefully, the kind of maintenance of removing tagging over and over in the future. So how can we add to this project some tagging deterrent artwork?
So Mr. Mayor, I'd say these types of programs in communities have typically been volunteer efforts. But staff can come back to city council with something a little bit more formal. If we want to make this a standard for the city as to including artwork on controller cabinets on any new signal that goes in place, we can certainly do that. And I think, within the scope of this project, something like that probably will be within the contingency that staff would recommend to city council. Something for future development and discussion, but I think would be within, the realm of this project as well.
Okay. Because I started looking at boxes like this in Sacramento and found out they paid $500 for the materials and then they paid some extra money to the artist. It was not volunteer. And we have struggled for several years now trying to get volunteers to do boxes. And we've got 3 boxes done, 1 on the way maybe, but it's a lot of effort doing it for free. And so I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving the advertising and the call for bids for this crosswalk installation project, and that staff come back to us with options of how to get artwork into our electrical boxes for this and future new traffic safety features, such as signal light electrical boxes. If there's a second, if not, it'll die for lack of second.
I will second.
Okay, let's go to council. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to make sure that you're not suggesting that we hold the project until we do the artwork consideration, but that staff gets back to us on artwork considerations, right?
Yeah, the motion is to adopt a resolution approving everything that's been spoken by council, by the staff, and then have staff come back with the add-on options of how to get the art done. Right, you're right.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry that wasn't clear. Okay, let's go to the public. Sorry, just stay with me here. Let's go to Les Martin. Hello, Les, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I don't think Brian mentioned it, but I did ask about that because it looked like the crosswalk was on the wrong side. Since the sidewalk that exists on that one street is already there and it's on the other side. But he said there is going to be a future bike path and another sidewalk on the same side where the crosswalk is. So it'll make a lot more sense to people once they see that. I'm just curious if you guys had any idea when they're going to build that additional sidewalk and bike path. Seems like that side of the development's kind of already progressed pretty far. I'm surprised they didn't do it by now. That's all I had. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Les. Let's go to Lisbeth Vischer. Welcome back, Lisbeth. We're waiting on Lisbeth to unmute on her side. Okay, Lisbeth, we'll come back to you. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Welcome back, Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief comment. You had mentioned the painting of the boxes. Marina Youth Arts has taken that project on of painting the utility boxes, doing it in conjunction with Marina Youth, specifically through the middle school and high school. We currently have funding for 3 boxes. We have the artwork for one of them completed by a student, and that should be happening shortly. We're doing them as wraps as opposed to painting them. So the artwork's done by the student, but then it's put on a wrap and put on the utility box. So I would like to suggest the person that is the lead on this is, oh dear. I know Christina's laughing right now because she knows exactly who I'm talking about. Nick. And
Nick Kite.
Thank you, Nick Kite. Thank you. And I would suggest that staff talk to him about the project, because I'm sure this is something that Marina Youth Arts would be interested in adding to our list of utility boxes that we are going to be doing. So Nick Kite, and you can get the information from me, but he's very active in the community, sustainable marina, disc golf, etc. So I think even Mayor Delgado, you probably have his contact information, and I would love to see you contact him about doing the artwork. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher.
Yes, thank you very much for your patience. I was struggling with my Zoom here. I know this intersection quite well because it has been part of my commute for almost 3 years. And I'd like to thank staff for these proposed crosswalks that residents have been asking for I think quite a while. And as has been discussed during one of the most recent traffic advisory committee meetings, the striping really needs to be improved there. The sooner the better. And of course, that will be part of this project as well. And these crosswalks will greatly increase the safety for pedestrians. And thank you for already anticipating the future traffic lights when the amount of traffic will increase there. So thank you all.
All right, thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Hello, Jeff, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful this project's being done. I walk my dog down there every morning just about the time school is going in, and seeing the kids running across that road is very frightening. So I'm glad this is happening. One question I do have is if there's any additional traffic calming that can be done from the light at Imgen down to this intersection, because the pattern of the public driving since Imgen is 50 miles per hour is they almost continue that same rate of speed, and it's also going downhill. So is there anything we can do to get the traffic calmed before they get to that intersection would also be very useful.
All right, thank you, Jeff. We'll get to that. Appreciate it. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Thank you. My question is, on the map of that area is shown a different walkway only, not having anything to do with the street. Is that still current? Is it going to be built? And then will another crosswalk be needed? Or maybe that's been eliminated, so there's only the use for the one crosswalk. B, thank you for the previous gentleman about the traffic calming. There is a change in grade there, and hopefully they're going to make sure that this thing can be seen as far as possible on each end. I'm trying to remember if that like dips there and goes up, or anyway. I see that as a bike lane. So where are the bike lanes? So you've got the crosswalk. I know you don't want bicycles traveling on the street. Is there a bike lane on either side of the road? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yeah, I remember somebody drove up and parked their car and told me that they were in an accident. And they were trying to explain where it was. And when they were explaining it, I was trying to imagine where it was. And the accident was right there at this proposed project. He said the bicyclist came in front of him as he explained it, but he didn't realize the bike lane, currently as it stands, the bike lane dissolves and the bike has to come in front of the car. But to him, it sounded like the bike pulled in front of him. He veered farther left, and thank God he had 3 of his grandkids in the car, and he did hit the car coming the other way. But thank God everybody was okay. Now, in the plan, I see that now the bike lane is available, and that's great. But with the increased speeds that I see, and currently with that bike lane being dissolved as is, noting that you do correct it in this new plan intersection, it's just with the speed. I know it sounds like you're going to put a lighting system in there, and that's great. But I think one thing about California, once it was opened, I saw so many commercial vehicles driving through there. I could not believe it. 18-wheel trucks coming through there, wheeling down, going through that curve, crossing over Ryan Dollar. My gosh, I think that needs to be a commercial-free street. And I know contractors are using that to cut just to, at least path to resistance to avoid engine or whatever. But California needs to be brought back to the people now. That needs to be a commercial-free street. And if anything, there needs to be high speed bumps in there. I mean, the ones you can roll over, but still control that speed right there. I see them everywhere. Santa Cruz, I see them in Monterey, PG. It works. There's warning lights and it gets you to slow down. But for me as a bike rider, as that road stands now, I don't ride that California anymore because of that lane. But it sounds like you fix it. You're going to fix it, I'm sorry. But it's just with the speeds that I'm seeing, I have to ride my bike on the sidewalk. And if somebody's coming down walking or walking their dog, I definitely get off the bike and I walk it. That's just the way it is. Matter of fact, I shouldn't even be on that, but for my safety, I feel safe. But to make that a commercial road, that needs to stop and maybe control the amount of tonnage that can go through there as far as the weight of the trucks. Because as I see it, more contractors are skimming through that road there at high rates of speed. In Patton Road, it seems like you're going to put 3 lanes in there when this is done. I mean, are you going to widen that road? Because I can't see 3 lanes in that on Patton where it intersects with California. It just, I guess the question is, are you going to widen it? Because I can't see currently 3 lanes on that current road. It has to be widened. So is it going to be widened? And I still say a speed bumps, you're going to have to control that speed there because there's high rates of speed there. I'm sorry. Thank you and good evening.
All right. Thank you, Tommy. We'll give everyone a moment before we close public comment in case anyone wants to speak who hasn't spoken. Okay, let's get to the questions. We'll close public comment. Jeff asked if there's any option for traffic calming between Imgen and Carmel Avenue along California.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is a route that's designated as an arterial in the city. It's one of, I would say, one of probably the primary north-south connector between the former Fort Ord and historic Marina. The others being Imgen out to Reservation and back towards downtown, and then the other being Highway 1. So, yeah, there will be commercial vehicles that will have to use this route. Typically do not recommend traffic calming features on arterials, just for traffic volume reasons. And so, yeah, that is kind of the function of the road.
Okay. Denise asked if the missing sidewalk on one side will be built and if another crosswalk is planned along California Avenue along this stretch, and what the bike lane situation will be in the future, if any different than the current.
So there are no plans to construct the sidewalk on the east side of California at this point. There are plans for, further expanding the use of the west side of California to include a Forte spur. So we're focusing those alternative bike and pedestrian on the west side. The bike lane itself, I think people are referring to where the bike lane itself drops at the intersection with Patton Parkway, because there isn't enough width there to accommodate the left turn lane as you're heading northbound onto Patton Parkway. And then the bike lane resumes. So this project won't address that. It will maintain the bike lanes through the intersection of California and Marina Heights Drive, and actually improve the striping so that's apparent that it is an intersection there.
Tommy talks about the dissolved bike lane that kind of disappears, and I bicycle that regularly, and I just cross my fingers every time the bike lane disappears, because it disappears where the road gets narrow, so there's no more room for a bike lane. So now your bike is basically in the travel lane with cars that are going 45 to 60 miles an hour, and it feels scary to ride that. But I'm a little bit confused if that is going to get any better, Brian, or is it going to remain about the way it is now as far as the experience of a cyclist?
I think things will be better defined at the intersection of Marina Heights in California, but it's not going to improve things at Patton Parkway in California. And I do ride that section myself almost every day on the way to work. And so I do understand that it's good to be visible, having a tail light and being aware of traffic when you approach that section.
Okay, any plans to add a lane to widen Patton Parkway or California Avenue in the future?
No, I'm definitely not on Patton Parkway, and I'm not aware of any on California Avenue either.
Okay, lastly, there was a suggestion to include Friends of Marina Youth Arts, specifically Nick Kite, and I think you all probably have his contact information. Let me know if you don't. He, of course, is a commissioner, so I'm sure you probably do. As one optional way to get these boxes artistically adorned, but the timing that it takes to get some of the volunteers to do it, especially youth, just let's keep that in mind if you would, when we come back with options. Does that sound reasonable to contact Nick?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, and we do have his contact information.
Okay. All right. Any more comments before we go to a vote, council members? All right. We can have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, everyone, for the indulgence of time. It was valuable time that we took to go over those two issues. I hope it was worth our while. Let's move on to 11A, the local roadway safety plan.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I hate to dominate the agenda here, but it's been public works stuff. But we do have our consultants here from Kinley Horn that have put together our local road safety plan. As you may recall, this is something that has been mandated by the state to be eligible for highway safety improvement program funding, grant funding programming that generally funds a lot of these safety improvements that communities need, but are not, really exciting and on the forefront of getting general fund dollars. So having grant funding available to address our safety concerns in our community is great. Kimley Horn has prepared a number of these plans throughout the state for agencies. They prepared ours, and now we have we have a draft available for city council here, presentation tonight for approval. And what this will do is it will give us the ability to submit this approval to the state by September 9th and be eligible for the next round of we call it HSIP, Highway Safety Improvement Program funding, as well as other grant funding programs. So a lot of the concerns that have been identified in the community, at budget meetings or at the traffic advisory committee, identified in the safe routes, safe walking and biking to school plan, and the TAMC active transportation plan have all been kind of coalesced and incorporated into this plan, along with a lot of traffic data. So it is a data-driven analysis and plan for the city. And with that, I'll turn it over to Frederick Venter and his team. And if we need to bring anybody else over, we will. And they have a presentation to share with us.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening. I was wondering if we could also make Daryl the Pensier a panelist. He's got the PowerPoint presentation. Daryl the Pensier, DEPENCIER.
Should be coming over now.
Thank you. Good. So thank you, Brian. So Daryl's going to do the presentation tonight, and then I'll be available for Q&A.
All right, thank you, Frederick, and thank you, everybody. Let me just get the presentation up on screen and make sure I can get that going. All right, have I succeeded here?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you, Brian. Thank you, Frederick. So as they mentioned, this is a presentation on the local road safety plan that we've recently completed for the city of Marina. This is based on the Federal Highway Administration Safe Systems approach. And let me see, oh, there we go. So we're gonna cover a little bit about what this plan actually is, what the function and purpose of it is, and then we'll talk about some of the data and findings that we had from this plan and some of the countermeasures that we are looking to implement as a result of this plan, and then what happens from this point on, and then we'll have opportunity for questions and comments. So as I mentioned, the Federal Highway Safety, or the Federal Highway Administration, created the Safe Systems approach, and that's what spawned the Local Road Safety Plan. So within California, Caltrans has incorporated this into the Highway Safety Improvement Program. So having a completed local road safety plan or some other equivalent plan is a necessary component of being able to compete for statewide safety funds. It's also a critical aspect of the city being able to really truly determine what the needs are from a safety perspective, so you can handle them in a systemic way using data-driven approaches. So Caltrans has issued the grant to the city to complete this study, and as I mentioned, is part of their program for funding. So throughout this plan, we've created basically a framework for analysis. So we understand what we have going on in the city in terms of crashes, and have a set of improvements associated with those. And the idea is to be proactive in how we implement that. So we're trying to associate crashes more with specific roadway and intersection conditions than we are necessarily trying to find where those crashes are happening today, because they do tend to move around, and it's kind of a game of whack-a-mole if that's all we're doing is just chasing them around. So once this plan is complete and adopted by the city, you will have complete eligibility to pursue federal and state highway safety funds. So the plan does extend beyond just looking at roadway features. So engineering is certainly one component, but we also need to look at enforcement, education, emergency services, and a little later in this presentation, I'll explain why that's so important. But there is funding available for all of these areas, and we do include strategies for all of these as well in the plan. As far as how the project works, we started off with a collision analysis. So we did review every intersection and roadway in the city. We profiled the crashes that were occurring, how many there were, how severe they were, what kind of crashes they were, set up citywide crash rates so we could really flag specific locations, so we could find unusual patterns or severities. So again, we could look at those areas, figure out what the specific features or characteristics that are contributing to those crashes are, and then go back to that systemic approach where we look at that characteristic as the thing we're trying to solve citywide rather than just at that specific location. So we assigned countermeasures to each of those conditions that we found, and have ultimately developed a toolbox of solutions that the city can use moving forward that respond directly to those conditions. And we have now got the draft plan. So that included a lot of stakeholder engagement. We had engagement not just from city departments directly, but we had other folks from fire, police, everybody else involved. And once we have the plan finalized, that's just one milestone. So moving forward, the LRSP is really a program. So once the plan's in place, we need to monitor it. We need to see and assess how well the things we're doing are working, pivot accordingly. And then one day this could become the foundation for a Vision Zero plan to really get us to that zero traffic deaths goal. And then after 5 years, the plan does need to be refreshed to maintain your eligibility for those state federal funds. So this is just a quick look at where those crashes are concentrated in the city. So obviously the bigger the red circle, the more crashes are at those intersections. And you'll see that really does mirror where your traffic volumes are the highest. So it's not surprising. It doesn't mean you're more likely to get in a crash at those bigger circles. But what it does highlight for us is where those larger investments are probably needed, because at those higher volume intersections, that's where we also have the higher costs. You've already taken care of all the low hanging fruit and made all the improvements that are easy to do. So we're starting to get into the hard stuff. And then you'll look at, and you see those little dots all over the city that are much smaller. Those are where those systemic approaches I was talking about, those lower cost things that we haven't necessarily taken care of yet, can be applied. And those things done in conjunction with each other will get us the biggest reduction in crashes in the shorter term. Similarly, we looked at the non-intersection crashes, so which roadway segments had more crashes at driveways or rear ends or anything like that. Much fewer in number than the intersection crashes, but we do like to pay attention to these because they also tend to have higher severities. They occur at higher speeds. They're more likely to involve a bicycle or pedestrian or other vulnerable users. So those segments that light up for this kind of thing have their own set of treatments that can be applied, and we have toolbox for that as well. So getting a little bit more into what are the features and the causes of crashes in Marina. So unsafe speeds, pretty dominant, more than a quarter of that. So that's people driving too fast for conditions, whether it's above or below the speed limit, doesn't matter. If the responding officer felt like they were driving too fast, then that's what they note there. Improper turning is the second one. So that means you went left over a double yellow line, or you ignored some other restricted movement. Third, auto right-of-way violation. So you didn't wait your turn. You turned left in front of an oncoming vehicle, or you didn't wait your turn at the stop sign. Something like that happened. And with those three alone, we're well over half of all the crashes in the city. But if you look at this list on the right, every single one of these has one feature in common. They are all a result of a decision a driver made or an error that they made. None of these are the roadway was deficient somehow, the vehicle malfunctioned. So we can engineer all day long and fix things, but we also have to look at it from the perspective of the enforcement, the education. We need to work on our driving culture in the city and do that together with the engineering solutions we're putting forward. So we make mistakes less costly, less likely to result in an injury, but we also make it easier for drivers to follow the rules and make sure everybody's working with the same playbook. Looking at the trends and how things have been moving, you'll see that we had a bit of an upward trend from 2015 through 2017, and then we got it to level off. So that's good news because the state and at the federal level, we have not achieved that leveling off yet. The numbers are still climbing in most jurisdictions, including in California. So the city is having some success here in this curbing these crashes. And with this plan, we're hoping to start really bending that line back down. 2020 was obviously an unusual year. So I know we're not showing it here, but there was a drop in crashes, and then 2021 rebounded a little bit again. But we're still moving in a better direction than the rest of the state. And I think we have lots of room to keep that going. If you look at those little crash types, rear ends, you'll see are the biggest bar that we have, those yellow ones. That's, again, reflective of those higher speeds and people not necessarily going at the speeds they should be for conditions. So we're going to keep looking at that. So in terms of what we've identified as the three kind of key factors that we wanted to explore with this: speed management, that's come up a few times, protection for vulnerable users, so pedestrians and bicyclists in particular, and then improving the lighting and the visibility. So we have a series of countermeasures that go with each of these. So for speed management, edge line striping, what that does is it constrains the roadway space. So oftentimes we have curb lanes that are just 18 feet wide or just really big because we don't know what to do with the edge of the road space, or there's just underused parking or something over there. So if you bring the kind of constrain where the driving area is, people don't feel as much like they're on a highway and then they can go super fast. Putting more speed limit signs, pavement legends, so that's when you actually stencil the speed limit on the road, makes it easier for an officer to really truly say, no, you knew what the speed limit was and you were going over it. That kind of thing helps. Signal retiming, so that's an opportunity to, you've all heard of the green wave, so you can almost select your roadway speed by timing your signals to allow traffic to advance at a given speed and catch all green lights. If they try to go too fast, too slow, they get stopped. And then the speed feedback signs, those are effective when they are moving around and they're not something you get too used to, but particularly in school zones or other places where people don't necessarily want to be called out for speeding, they can be quite effective. And then in terms of pedestrians and cyclists, curb bulb outs, so where we shorten the crossing distance by extending the curb out into the intersection a little bit, can be helpful here. Leading pedestrian intervals, so we activate the walk signal for the pedestrian before we activate the green light for advancing traffic, and that really helps avoid the people coming around that right turn really fast where most of the pedestrian intersection collisions happen. Mid-block crosswalks, so when crossings are too far apart, pedestrians are just going to cross where they are and they're not going to walk to the intersection. So in places where we have demand, we can put those with some protection. Buffered bike lanes, so rather than just stripe a line of paint along the side of the road where we have room, we can add some more space or even physical barriers between the bicycle lane and traffic to protect them better. And then high visibility crosswalks, so that's when we're getting away from just having the two parallel lines marking a crosswalk, but we actually do more of that ladder or piano key pattern on the pavement. So even that can actually have benefits beyond just the pedestrians because it makes the intersection stand out more, it feels more urban, people tend to drive a little slower. And then improving lighting and visibility. So one of the surprisingly effective things is to put those yellow backplates around the signal heads. So when you're driving, you have that big yellow thing around it instead of just the black barrier that's normally there. It makes them stand out more. Just adding more street lighting where applicable. And then something that doesn't necessarily seem like it fits here, but is actually a useful thing is the emergency vehicle preemption. So when you have fire, ambulance, police, it allows them the ability to actually control the signal. So when they're approaching an intersection, they can stop opposing traffic, and that actually does avoid some collisions in that regard as well, and helps them respond to things faster. So that's kind of the high level of the presentation that we wanted to give. We didn't want to take too much of your time and let you focus on any questions that you guys have, but the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That was really good information to learn about for me. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much for this. I was very absorbed in your presentation, but I may have glossed over the roundabouts. I was looking at the map very carefully and noting some big signs, where the big ones are. There's in my district down at Beach and Del Monte is a big one. And I know there's some other roundabouts planned. So can you speak to whether they're working, not working, or what your findings have found?
Absolutely. We looked at those actually very closely, and that stood out to us when we did our initial analysis as well. So the good news is when you compared the roundabouts to historical crash patterns, there were less once the roundabouts were put in, but even more importantly, the crash severities went down significantly. So even the ones where there were about the same number of crashes, the injuries were way fewer because we've slowed traffic down, the speeds are less. The other factor that we noticed with them, and it's a little more controversial perhaps, is that a very significant proportion of the crashes occurring in the roundabouts were impaired drivers. And there's actually a school of thought in traffic engineering that it's better to have the single occupant crash in the roundabout with an impaired driver than on the neighborhood street where you're hitting a pedestrian or another car. So roundabouts can actually be constructed to help facilitate that function a little more safely. And I think that the city's actually done a pretty good job doing that, as noted by the relative lack of injuries, even though we have a higher number of crashes.
Daryl, I may want to add, so at the roundabout for Del Monte and Beach, what we found there was that it's in the northbound direction. There were accidents, and it was sort of halfway through the roundabout where vehicles actually left the roadway. That has to do with entry speeds that are too high. So part of the solution that we're looking at here is to do some upfront treatment before you enter the roundabout to slow traffic down more, so that you can bring down that entry speed into the roundabout to about 18 to 20 miles an hour. That way, if you force the vehicle to do that, the circulating speed is low as well, and we won't get that phenomenon that the vehicle actually leaves the roundabout. Because if you look, the accidents occurred where the monument sign was for the apartments on the northeast corner, right? And that's evident of entry at too high a speed into the roundabout.
Another question I had was looking at your map also in my district is that long stretch of Imgen, and it's so clear. You've got 2 major circles of 61 to 79 crashes in the last 5 years. It is just like an expressway. So can you speak to, is that viable locations for any roundabouts? Is there, I know we have concerns about state law setting some limits and are having less local control. Can you speak a little bit about to that traffic pattern?
Yeah, so Imgen Parkway is definitely one of your highest volume roadways. So we do expect to see higher concentrations of crashes there, but with the goal of bringing those down and reducing them, that's definitely a target area that we want to look at. And we did study some of those intersections in more detail. I don't know, we don't have the ability to do full feasibility analyses to decide if roundabout or traffic signal are the best control as part of this study, but it is definitely one of the toolbox solutions that's in there. And Caltrans has a procedure called the intersection control evaluation that really would give you that full definition of which one is your best bet for bringing collisions down at any given intersection site. So that's also one of the tool solutions that we have in our toolbox to look at. Then the last question you had about the state regulations with speed limits, I think you might be referring to AB 43, which is a revision of the restriction that cities are under right now. So you have to do the engineering speed study, and if your speed limit is less than 85th percentile speed, it's considered a speed trap and therefore is not enforceable. So what the AB 43 is doing is it's giving the cities a little bit more latitude under certain conditions to reduce the speed a little bit further than that 85th speed percentile, particularly in schools or parks or places where you have vulnerable users to move forward. But the school of thought has typically been, if people are driving too fast on your roadway is designed for people to drive too fast on, and you need to look at your roadway design more than just putting a speed limit sign on it. And that's usually the more effective way to do it.
Yeah, this AB 43 is a great new tool because instead of always upping the speed limit, you can now actually reduce the speed limit to what it was posted or even previously posted. So the new legislation works in the opposite, and the whole intent of that is just to make lower the speeds and make it enforceable and make the road safer. It's fresh. I think I've only worked with Santa Cruz County currently is the only agency that we've actually adjusted their speed limit up. So it's brand new. And I'm thinking a lot of cities are going to jump onto that one because of the problems we have in enforcement. Regarding Imgen Parkway, so we have the roundabout project. Sorry, my camera is doing funny stuff here. The roundabout project is going to be built from Reservation to about Imgen Road, right? And with those roundabouts, there will be slowing down at the intersections. We're getting rid of the signals where we know there's already accidents. The remainder of the segments from Emgen Road to about 2nd Street, speeding continues to be a concern there. We have corridor improvement with some signalized intersections and roadway segments that we intend to do improvements on. There's a recommendation for the intersection of 3rd to put a signal in with added benefits for pedestrians and bicycles, to the crosswalk striping that Daryl spoke about. We can do at the other locations also, just make more improvements to make people more aware of what it is. But enforcement, I think, on Emgen Parkway is a big item. And the reason is we know it's all the traffic from Salinas that goes to Monterey in the morning, right, in the afternoon back. So it's actually not necessarily residents that drive along that corridor. It's really cut through traffic.
Thank you very much for the very, very thorough and intriguing conversation and presentation.
All right, I want to jump in here quick about a follow-up with the roundabouts. So we had roundabouts put into our city, some under some controversy. People liked them, people didn't like them, and we went ahead and installed them. And I really appreciate Christina bringing this up, Councilmember Medina Dirksen. But I wanted to just clarify this. The roundabout at Del Monte Del Monte Beach, did you say that the number of crashes number less than they used to at that intersection when it was a 4-way stop?
That might have been one where they were about the same. We had one that they didn't change much. Most of them they went down, but I think that might have been the one where it was pretty much the same.
Okay, so maybe that one was pretty much the same. And then the second question, to clarify that you said that the severity of the crashes after it was a roundabout has been less than the severity of crashes that occurred when it was a 4-way stop sign?
That's what I recall, yes. When we're looking through it, they hadn't had any really severe crashes at any of the roundabouts during our study.
Okay, and to our Public Works Director, Brian, if we wanted to have the data supporting the pre and post numbers and severity of that roundabout, is that information available to us?
I'll check with the engineering staff that have a little bit more institutional knowledge than myself. I would hope that we've did some sort of pre-study, and we definitely have data afterwards. But not being employed with the city, I think just having a visual representation of what that intersection was like to approach as a pedestrian back before the roundabout, and what that looked like with the approaches and sight distances. I recall that was a fairly scary intersection.
Okay, well, to Daryl and Frederick, it appears that you have access to data that shows it's about the same number of crashes and the severity has lessened post roundabout. So can we access that data from your end?
Yes, we can. Yep, we will provide that data to Brian.
That will be very useful the next time we propose a roundabout, and we'll have the same kind of public discussion, but instead this time we'll have some real data.
Yep.
And if you had any data similar pre and post to the other 2 roundabouts, the 2 that are on Reservation Road, having an N sample size of 3 would be very helpful when we go for number 4 or whatever number in the future. Thank you. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This whole program is so enlightening. So it's extremely important to us. It really quantifies so much things that we only know that we can give examples, anecdotal information about, oh, I remember there was a crash there. And we really, this has really been, I think, a milestone for us. So I'm really glad that we did this. I wanted to just clarify one thing. You talked about the state AB is 843, I think you said, but I recall that what we were told at the time that we had to increase the speed limits in order for enforcement to occur, that the police with laser cameras or something couldn't do it unless we had it at a certain speed. So that's why we're increasing it. And then I thought you said that nowadays there's something else happening where we can actually lower the speed limits again.
That's exactly it. Yes. This new legislation, yeah, the new legislation does exactly that. You know, we can always come and I can make a presentation quickly to show all the changes. You know, we have one that we just did, like I said, for the county of Santa Cruz, so you can see what the effect is of the new legislation on setting speed limits in the city.
Wow, we just changed it so that we all put up new signs and it's now already changed. And so, and I understand that many of your countermeasures are more physical kind of changes. So by contrast to implementing those things that would manage speed, how do you contrast them to the effect of enforcement in terms of police involvement with tickets?
So putting more targeted enforcement is some of the things we have in the toolbox, but in terms of the actual ability to enforce things, that's kind of how you start it. So even with the AB 43, you still have fences around what you can do with speed limits and keep them enforceable. So when we put in some of those physical characteristics that change the way the roadway feels, and your typical driver will be slower with those new changes, the ones that are not, because they just want to drive much more quickly, they're going to be the outliers now. And that means that you can enforce it because you'll have new speed studies that show that lower speed. So it'll justify you lowering those speed limits in an enforceable way. So those that are continuing to treat it like a highway are will be citable.
So in general, you try to slow things down through these countermeasures, and then the outliers then get caught in, hopefully, in the enforcement aspect. So
exactly.
Okay.
It does take a little bit of time to make that all work because you have to kind of make the changes. You have to do the new study that shows people are responding to that. But once you have all that in place, yes, you now have a very different environment, and your police officers have much more ability to take care of it.
Thank you. Now, I understand that we do this so that we now can be eligible for grants of all kinds. I'm sure there's many out there if we, so is this, there's a chart on page 33, I think it is, and also, there's another major chart on page 28. So little, maybe gotta get my 28. Gotta get my magnifying glass there. So on page 28, there's this table 5, City of Marina Engineering Countermeasures Toolbox. So this one has numbers that sort of prioritize the severity, as well as we have that one on page 33, priority location summary. So are these things that we use when we're applying for a grant, so that we don't just say, we got this grant and we want to do something great? We pick and choose, like, you know, you've outlined what our priorities could be, right? So we might just look only at pedestrian stuff and apply for a grant on pedestrians. I don't know how these grants go by, you know, how you apply, I mean, what topic do you apply for? But is that what these charts can be used for now?
Exactly. So every grant program has its own function, its own things that it's looking to do, its own criteria for how it evaluates projects. So this is your toolbox. It gives you the information that you need to pull out what makes the most sense for pursuing those grants. Like right now, we have 2 active grant programs that the city can apply for, and we are working with the city to look into some options for those. One is the Highway Safety Improvement Program. So the city can get up to $10 million to fund a variety of treatments that would come out of this LRSP through that program. And then parallel to that, the federal government has the Safe Streets for All program out right now. And that is even broader. They have $1 billion they've released for funding to local agencies. And that's every year for the next 4 years or 4 or 5 years that the city can pursue. Again, this LRSP is your gateway to being able to access and apply for those funds. So what we've given you here with this LRSP is exactly what you were describing. So for each location, we know exactly what I guess the latent benefit, we would call it. So some of these have benefit cost. You have to justify how many crashes you can prevent for the cost of this project. So you have the information needed to do those calculations. Other programs are much more with other goals in mind. So you don't have a benefit cost factor, but you need to fit certain criteria. It has to benefit active transportation, or you need to show some equity components, or whatever it is for that particular program. So we've tried to stratify everything in a way that makes it easy for you to do that.
That's great. I mean, I really can't imagine you applying for a city like us, applying for a grant when we don't have this information. It would be just, hit or miss, so to speak, in terms of what our priorities are, what are we asking for? So this is perfect. So thank you so much for sharing this.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure.
All right, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Daryl and Frederick. It's a great report. So I'm just wondering, I've kind of felt that walking around Marina is kind of a risky prospect from time to time, depending upon where you are. And I'm just wondering, if you were to give, considering the size of our city, the number of streets and how they connect, would you say that we're average in terms of safety, of being able to negotiate the city, bicycle, pedestrian, vehicle, or do we have a lot of work to do? And are there reports that would help us to come to some kind of a grading of where we are? I'm just thinking that it would be good if 4 or 5 years from now we could go from a D to a B plus or something along those lines. Is that even possible, given the length of time it takes to do a study, the amount of money's involved in just simply striping streets differently, and the amount of meetings and other things that need to go on in order to change how traffic flows, even pedestrian traffic. It's a major undertaking.
So maybe one high level answer to what you're saying is actually yes. There is a sort of report card every year published by the Office of Traffic Safety in California that ranks every city in the state based on how you're doing with traffic injuries and fatalities for bicycles, for pedestrians, and they break it down by young pedestrians, aging pedestrians, youth bicyclists. It looks at other categories like impaired driving, all kinds of things there. The caveat is, with particularly the bicycle and pedestrian stuff, if you look like a city like Pasadena, they always score very poorly, even though they've done everything in the world for bicycles and pedestrians, because they get so much bicycle and pedestrian traffic. So if you're a city that doesn't have as many people out and about, maybe because you haven't gotten as far with developing that infrastructure, or you just have an aging population or whatever, you might score really well even if you don't have that infrastructure in place. So there isn't a great system that I'm aware of right now that really can find a really good peer grouping to measure you up against. But I guess if you want an anecdotal thing, I don't think you guys are in terrible shape from the amount of crashes that we saw in terms of bicycle and pedestrians. And you do have a fair number of people using those modes in the city. So there's always room for improvement. Everybody has that. You look at Monterey down the road, they have lots of room for improvement. Everybody does. But I wouldn't give you an F by any stretch of the imagination. But it is a work in progress.
So oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I can say that from the planning work and effort from the planning department and the public works department to make the streets more acceptable and make it safe for pedestrians and bicycles, the downtown plan that you are working on, the specific plan, there is a proposed road diet for Del Monte. Those are all elements that are being that will focus on making the streets safer, making it better for pedestrians. Thinning down. I mean, Reservation Road is a wide street. I still think you can probably turn an ox cart on it, right? And Del Monte is about the same, right? You've got wide shoulders, wide lanes. So there's opportunity, and the city's looking into all of those, right? We just got to get to the implementation and work on funding. And like Daryl said, there's so much safety funding that came from the federal government. I think everybody knows The Secretary of Transportation a year or so approved an enormous budget for safety, and that's why there's so much grant opportunity funding. So I think the city's in the right place to implement these projects that we need to do.
I just did a
So,
quick look. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to, we have a number of large capital projects involving our roadways, and we have a number of housing projects scheduled to begin. And I'm just wondering, taking this analysis and looking at these projects, do you see a way that we could use this data to suggest or inform designs and maybe new ordinances, speed zones, those kinds of things?
100%. That's exactly the purpose of this document, is to help you.
So I'm just wondering, as for council, this kind of data is very, it's invaluable as we're granting more and more projects, large projects, to use this as kind of the I don't know, the standard that we want to make sure that we are decreasing the amount of, or decreasing the opportunities for people to meet by accident, and to improve the living in our city. So I'm hoping that in our future retreats that we can bring this data forward and look at, projects that we have, especially around streets and striping. I think, Brian, you talked about the California pedestrian, and I know that I didn't see that on the incident map, but I did see that California and Imgen was a very big dot, and so I'm hoping that this kind of data can help us looking at. Another question. I'm kind of jumping around here. So there are routes that people take through our cities, and so I'm just wondering, would there be a way of analyzing, this would be a better route and maybe a little bit longer, but this is probably a safer route, especially for bicyclists. Would we have any kind of tools, Brian or Lane, would we have any kind of tools to take this data and, inform the public that, based on what we've seen so far, these might be suggested safer routes?
So, council member, I would say this is another piece of, what we would refer to on every project. We have our active transportation plan that identifies those bicycle routes and pedestrian routes, and that's the document that helps guide people to, hey, these are the routes to take, and we can work on that through wayfinding and that we're doing with TAMC. And then we have our safe biking and walking to school plan. And then this would be also another document that identifies places that we need to focus on safety, along with our philosophy of all new projects we need to be looking at as complete streets projects. It's not just for vehicles. We're taking back some of that real estate for pedestrians and bicycles. And so all of that goes into something like our pavement resurfacing program, where every project is not just a maintenance project that we're resurfacing the streets. It's an opportunity to restripe the streets and make it safer. If we have to put a handicap ramp on a corner, we look at the plans and say, hey, is this a location where we really should be putting bulb outs in, as opposed to just fitting a ramp to the sidewalk? And so all of these are things that we draw on to inform, future decisions to make it safer.
And for my last question has to do with enforcement. Without shaking anybody up or making people second guess how they drive through our city, I'm just wondering, does our city manager, does our police department base their patrolling and traffic monitoring on this kinds of data, or what are they? How? Oh, Chief Neto.
Yeah.
Good to see you. So how, would this data drive any decisions that you make as to how you monitor traffic through our city?
Absolutely. I mean, they data mine from the data that we provided already as a city. So we'll take a look at it, especially for hours and times that these things are happening. So that's one way that directs where we're going to do traffic enforcement. The other one is based on complaints. We do direct traffic, some enforcement based on the amount of complaints. And the other thing is we do look at the data on a regular basis. It's captured where we're writing our tickets. It's captured where traffic collisions are occurring. So we look at that data to see where are we writing those tickets? Where are the traffic collisions occurring? Obviously, public safety is the most important thing. We write traffic tickets to keep the public safe. So it is directed, what they call directed enforcement, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Those are
worth
my
noting,
questions.
we got the data directly from your police department, so
Oh.
they're doing a great job keeping the data. So.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I can take a stab at it. Do I have permission to do so?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would make the motion that we adopt resolution number 2022 whatever it will be, approving this local roadway safety plan.
Second. And as a friendly amendment, can you add to that we ask staff to come back to us with roundabout pre and post data?
Yes. And that we direct staff to come back to us with pre-roundabout and post-roundabout data.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Denise Turley.
Who seconded?
Bruce did. All right, Denise, thank you. Welcome back.
I'll second it if it hasn't been seconded.
Bruce seconded it.
Oh, okay, great.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, thank you. So the only question that came up for me is, would the gentleman make a comment on accidents caused by lanes suddenly disappearing or appearing? And my example is Second at either 9th or 10th, wherever that the road that doesn't go through yet in the dunes. I could think of a couple of others, but that probably would be, because it's heavily traveled, would be the most obvious one. Second of all, sorry, Christina, you misspoke. This district out here isn't yours, it's Lisa's. Lisa's up for reaction, you aren't. I just want to make a comment that someone came to me this week and was concerned about bicycle safety at one of the proposed sites, which is Abrams and Imjim Road, saying that 6 different times he has almost been hit by a motorist on the bicycle. Since I think that project has been postponed, is there the possibility to get share the road signs with bicyclists or some kind of warning on up there, since that just seems to be a heavy problemed road because of the amount of traffic and, more importantly, the speed of traffic. Thank you.
Denise, what was your location on that concern?
Abrams and Imjin Road. And there will be a roundabout scheduled for that intersection.
Okay, Imjin Parkway and Abrams Drive?
Not Parkway, Imjin Road.
Oh, so where it comes out closer to California.
By our friend, by the shop pit that recently changed hands.
It's MGM Parkway at that location, right across at Fort at the Ord Market, the former Ord Market location.
It changes. I would disagree, but let's move along.
All right. Thank you very much, Denise. All right. Let's go to Brian McCarthy. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Through the mayor, Frederick and Daryl, I too say that the presentation was super interesting, which kind of brings me to my first question, and that is, where can the public and other interested parties both learn more about kind of the work that's being done here, but also be a bigger part of the process? I know stakeholders were mentioned in your presentation, but it seems like kind of the very people who drive these streets every day and arguably know the most about these streets are left out as stakeholders. So I'm just kind of wondering if maybe there's a specific reason for that, and or maybe what the presenters might be able to say about that issue. Second, I will say that Lisbeth, Vischer, and myself, as I recall, were the strongest, if not the only, public advocates for amending the engineer's suggested speed limits throughout the city during the last engineer study. At that time, I shared with the council some of the information that was being discussed in what was called the Vision Zero Task Force. And that was a statewide task force to address some traffic fatality concerns. I found it really interesting that the original study, I think, called for a 40 or 35 mile per hour speed limit at the first two roundabouts on Reservation Road as you're entering the city going towards Del Monte. Through the 85th percentile process, we were able to get that taken down to 30 miles per hour. But what I would say is that even at 30 miles an hour, the only time I ever go that fast is if I'm looking for a real adrenaline rush. And so my second question might be, would it be appropriate or advisable to divide street segments into smaller sections during the next speed study to get more accurate speed limit counts for particular sections, in particular for the traffic circles themselves versus that whole road segment? In other words, can the traffic circle itself be a study segment? My third question is, there are some cities, San Jose comes to mind, that have really aggressively, let's just say, have tried to engineer their streets in a way that maybe have artificially reduced speeds beyond what courts might say they should have been. And so my question is, especially to the engineers, is that an effective, regardless of whether it's legal or not, is that actually effective in reducing fatalities when cities do that? And my last question is, and I don't see this addressed in the presentation, is the Zero Vision Task Force study talked a lot about using technology to address some of these issues. So I'm thinking things like what Oregon is doing to use artificial intelligence to determine speed limits versus the 85th percentile. I'm thinking of things like using red light cameras. I'm thinking of things like speed cameras. What can the presenters say about using technology to address this problem? So there's 4 questions. Hopefully you got them all. I appreciate your time. And that's all I've got.
Brian, can you repeat your first question?
Yes. First question was, how can the public be a bigger part of this process, or why aren't they considered a stakeholder in the presentation? The people that actually drive the streets.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Les Martin. Good evening, Les.
Hi, thank you. That was just an incredible study. I will say the math kind of challenged me a little bit when I was looking at it the other day. But certainly the circles help a lot. They're easy to understand where the big problems are at. MGen, I know, is something that always concerns me. Like Third Avenue over here, and then new 4th Avenue, which is created. Neither one has a right turn lane. People are coming up on you 50 miles an hour, so they're going to be hitting people eventually. So there's some very dangerous intersections along MGen. I'm glad to see their study recognizes that. 2 places I'll walk my bike across, MGen and Reservation Road. They're very intimidating, but really a great study. I can see the opportunity to get a lot of grant money from the state from the work they've done. A really good job, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Les. Let's go to Elizabeth Vischer. Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome back.
Yes, good evening. And thank you for this very interesting report and presentation. And together with Brian McCarthy, who spoke earlier, I indeed was one of the concerned residents who worked hard to limit the speed limit increases that the city was forced to accept because of the state's 85th percentile rule. I had to look it up, but this was in the spring of 2020. So before October 2021, when, as I just learned, AB 43 was signed. I wonder how this new bill can help increase safety by lowering speed limits on some of the roads, on some road segments. And I especially think about California Avenue, where, as was mentioned earlier tonight, there is an area without bike lanes. And also the new crosswalks that hopefully soon will be installed might justify lowering the speed limit back to 35 miles per hour instead of the current 40. And in Indian Parkway, at least the segment with the unprotected intersection with 3rd Avenue. And it was interesting that Brian McCarthy also just now mentioned that maybe there can be different speed limits for different segments. This is that intersection where we sadly had a fatality a couple of years ago. And then there's the segment on Indian Parkway where drivers making a left turn into West Abrams Drive cannot really see the oncoming traffic very well because of the hill and that median with often weeds that are a little bit too high. Just some considerations. And of course, there are many more segments in the city that I think should be looked at again. So my questions, is the city planning to review the speed limits sooner than the next traffic survey is due because of the new AB 43? And is the city planning to increase speed limit enforcement, especially before the next traffic survey, to avoid more speed creep? And just one remark, as someone who has driven a lot in Europe, I am looking forward to the installation of more roundabouts. I just hope that all drivers will learn how to safely use them. Thank you all so very much for tonight.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Tommy Bolea. Hello, Tommy.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I guess in this little survey or whatever you guys did, were DUIs ever measured in any of that, in any of the accidents, DUIs? And was time of day measured, such as day, night, in this study? I guess that was it. And is there ever been considered, I thought I mentioned it, but using license plate cameras, high speed, I mean, you could do a lot with it. The cars that are coming through with the loud exhaust, you can capture those real fast from a police station. They can all be monitored from the police station. Loud noises from exhaust, speeders. Maybe you give them a warning once, but they come back to Marina again, do the same thing, then you just simply mail them a ticket. Real simple, it's efficient, it's cost saving, it's fuel saving, it's just wear and tear on police cars. In the end, they're doing it in other cities like Salinas. I definitely think license plate cameras will definitely make an improvement. I think rolling speed bumps should be installed at schools, roundabouts. I see more accidents at those intersections, especially at Beach and Del Monte. My gosh, I've seen 2 light poles taken out within 2 days or 3 days. Maybe correct me on that, but right at that intersection, they're just going too fast. You need to put rolling speed bumps. I see them throughout the county. It's working. Now, I know you guys converted to LEDs, and Mr. Mayor and City Council, it was a great idea. It's energy saving, and we definitely need it for energy conservation, but the LEDs are just not bright enough. The only LEDs that I see that are actually efficient and bright are the Lucky's parking lot and Highway 1 off ramp at Reservation northbound. When you get off that off ramp and you hit Reservation, beautifully lit up with LED lights. Now, if every intersection was like that, oh my gosh. Yes, it probably consumes a little bit more energy, but my God, it's safe. For me, returning to Marina, I don't go engine anymore. I live in Marina, I drive through Marina. If there's lights, so let it be. but I'm not going to go down Engine at night with limited lighting and no shoulder. It's just too dangerous for me. And the higher speeds that I see now, I just can't do it anymore. And it's just too dangerous. It's just, now I noticed the traffic at Inner Garrison. I'm seeing more traffic at Inner Garrison. Is that part of City of Marina city limits? Because I'm seeing traffic increases there now, which is, I think I know what they're doing. They're bypassing Engine. They're north of Engine, and they're using Inner Garrison as a getaway to East Garrison to go to Salinas. So, I mean, is traffic accidents considered at Inner Garrison? I thought the mayor mentioned something about a toll road, and I thought the toll road was on Engine. And I think a toll road should be reconsidered. I mean, for non-residents. For the residents of Marina, you don't get charged, but for people going through, if you want to use that road, I would institute a toll, and that would definitely pay for everything on that road. And plus, funds go to the general fund. Again, I have a lot more to talk about, but 4 minutes is just not enough for me. Sorry, folks. Talk to you later. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. And we'll give everyone a moment or two to raise their hand. Let's go to Karen Anderson. Welcome back, Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado and everyone. And that was an excellent presentation. And there's so much data in the agenda. It's really impressive to go combing through it and see what's there. And I just wanted to make the comment that I spend a fair amount of time over by the library, as well as 2 different student driving instructor agencies bring their students over there to drive the roundabout. So hopefully we'll see an increase in, I don't know if it would be called literacy regarding how to negotiate a traffic circle safely. So, so that's the good news. I think they're great too for all the reasons. So having driven them in many locations and having driven many that had quite a few more lanes to them to work in and out of as you go all the way around a big circle or not. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Karen. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment to get to questions. Denise asked if 2nd Avenue at 10th Street, where there's a lane that disappears until we get something going at that intersection, you lose the lane. Is there any data suggesting that those are a problem, or do we not have data specific to those kinds of locations?
I don't think we have that specifically at hand, but just looking at the chart, those typically are sideswipe type crashes and rear end type crashes, which are both present in the city. So we typically expect to see a little bit of an elevation of that, but they are typically lower speed, more minor crashes by the time they happen. But it is a conflict, and anywhere there's a conflict, there's the potential for crashes.
All right. Denise also asked, is there time still to install shared road signs at Imgen Parkway at Abrams Drive, near where the market is? And maybe she extends that question to other locations too. Brian, are there other experts, are there things we can do such as share the road signs to make existing roads safer?
Mr. Mayor, we'll check on the signage, striping and legends for that bike lane to be sure that, you know, they're clear and visible to both users. That is the segment where the class 1 bike lane goes away as you're heading east. It goes away at the intersection of Imgen Road and Imgen Parkway, where the cyclists join the roadway on a class 2 bike lane. And you know, all of that will go away once the Imgen Parkway widening project happens. So there will be class 1 through that segment all the way to Reservation Road as well.
All right. Is there opportunity for the public to be more involved in the 85th percentile process and studies like Frederick and Daryl did for us?
I'm going to say it, and it's probably not going to make me very popular, but whenever we do an engineering traffic survey, the public is very engaged because they participate in the speed surveys when they drive through the segments. I think the public is probably looking more for a forum where they can provide feedback on areas of concern. And as we saw in our last engineering traffic survey, there are those opportunities as well. And so I think this one was more data driven. I think there were some opportunities through stakeholders. There was an opportunity, it was presented at the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting. So there were a few opportunities, but we didn't actually do a citywide kind of broadcast, say, hey, let's all get together and people can provide feedback on areas of concern.
All right, Daryl and Frederick, do you see more public opportunity for participation when you do these studies in other cities, or mostly those cities just like our process that you did for us?
No, this is definitely typical. It is actually an intentional factor that we don't do a big public engagement process through the LRSP because it is intended to be data driven. It's intended to be reliant on specific expertise. The intention is that the public engagement really comes in on the implementation side. So as we work through the plan, this isn't the plan that says we're going to put a roundabout here or we're going to put a bike lane here. It's the plan that identifies where the needs are and what the toolbox is. So as the city then moves into decides what to advance and what to construct, that's the appropriate time and when the public should be weighing in on what they would like to select and how they'd like to proceed.
Okay. And then as far as technology, Brian was asking, can we use technology more than we are, such as artificial intelligence for the 85th percentile process and other kinds of technology? And Tommy kind of had a similar question about license plate cameras, loud exhaust vehicles being monitored from police stations. So how are we doing on technology, Brian and others? Can we use technology more than we are to result in more safety or better enforcement or compliance?
Mr. Mayor, this is Chief Nieto. Before Brian speaks, I just want to add, anything's possible if you give us the money to do it, to include LPRs, cameras, we can do it. It just has to be funded. But the one thing that we can't do in the state of California is we don't have speed cameras. That's illegal still in the state of California. They are looking at piloting that. Tommy spoke about LPRs. Those are license plate readers. Our council has not been very in favor of that due to privacy issues. But if they wanted to move in that direction, we certainly could look at the cost of that for cities. A couple examples, Carmel has cameras that they use for a lot of different issues, including traffic and crime. King City, and I think Soledad's putting in cameras. So there are some cities that they have cameras everywhere, but it's just a decision by the chamber and by the community about how much intrusion they want on their lives by putting cameras up.
What's the chamber you refer to, Tina?
Did I say chamber? I meant the city council. It's up to the community and the city council. How much, sorry. I think I was in political mode.
Okay. Why would that be? All right.
I don't know. But again, anything's possible. I'm all for spending more money on technology to help out the police department. There was one other question. They talked about, can we get more officers out there to do traffic enforcement? The answer is no, because we are working right now until we do look at adding more officers, but we do have a dedicated traffic unit. And I think it's helped slow down some of the traffic along MGM because they tend to work that area more often than not.
Okay.
Can I
So
add one more thing there?
Sure, go ahead, Daryl.
Caltrans is actually focused on this technology question exactly as part of its ongoing update to the strategic highway safety plan. So they are working really hard to figure out at the statewide level what technology solutions are most appropriate for local agencies to implement and providing toolkits and guidance on how to implement them. So things like what Officer Nieto was talking about with the restrictions on speed enforcement and new things. A lot of those restrictions are because it was not implemented well when it was tried originally. So they're trying to figure out ways to roll it out in ways that might be better and more palatable to the public so that they can be more successful in the future.
All right, great. So Tina, short of hiring more officers for speed enforcement, is there much opportunity to move enforcement patrols around to increase the enforcement attention at these more high safety hazard locations?
We already do that, sir. We look at, the collisions that have occurred. So we're constantly looking at that data because we can't collect it and analyze it. The other thing is that we talk about that a lot at the Traffic Safety Committee. That's usually a topic of on the agenda. There's usually a complaint about stop signs or speeding or loud cars or something, and we will enforce accordingly. Like I stated earlier, it's kind of driven on data, it's driven on complaints, and then it's driven on our own observations.
Okay. Since we're kind of on this topic, Tommy asked, is DUI data such as time of day of DUI incidents, is that being considered in our analysis?
Yes, we looked at all of those factors. So when you probably noticed that very beefy table in the report, and there is a column in there for impaired driving. So we have that quantified for each location. Time of day, I don't think we included it in the report, but it was part of our analysis. And when we were looking specifically at some of those case study locations that are towards the back of the report, that was a big factor of what we looked at.
Just in general, do DUIs occur more in the daytime or the evening?
It's always going to be more in the evening and in the night, and in the very early morning. That's when they tend to be most.
Go ahead, Tina.
Yeah, I would agree with that because our bars close at 2 a.m. So your DUIs are happening when people are leaving work. People would be surprised though how many early morning DUIs there are from people who've been out drinking all night. But you have to remember some of that data when you're looking at it. When do you run your DUI task force? You run them at night, not during the day normally. So you tend to skew your own numbers by your enforcement efforts.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the 85 percentile process, would it be advisable to divide street segments more, such as leaving roundabouts in their own street segment to get their own speed limit?
So there is regulation between how you segment the speed surveys, and there is limitations on where you can survey. So something like a roundabout, that could be considered a speed trap if you try to do your speed survey in there and set up a speed limit based on that. So the better way probably to handle that is to use advisory speed limit signs around constrictions like that. The other thing you really want to avoid is having speed limits change frequently on a corridor. Because that just creates an inconsistency and confusion for drivers, and it gives them something they can argue in court if they get caught speeding. So really we want consistency as much as possible. And if you want a good solid defensible speed study, you do it in the mid-block segments where you're free of any obstructions or potential queuing from other traffic.
Okay. Elizabeth asked if the city is planning or would be able to do another speed survey given AB 43 allowances rather than waiting 5 or 7 years before we try that again. Brian, I think that's probably.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, this will likely be part of the budget discussion for the next round of budget, which will be starting in January, basically. And yeah, we're going to be looking at having to budget for the next study so that it's conducted in time. So we're probably looking at the 2023, 2024 timeframe.
Okay. Tommy asked if Intergarrison is part of Marina. It's not, it's sort of on the boundary of Marina and Seaside, but 80-90% of it is not within the city of Marina. Brian, do you want to comment further on Intergarrison?
Yeah, I'd say Intergarrison is not in the city of Marina. We only have 8th Street that actually connects to Intergarrison there, but Intergarrison is not within the city.
Now, when Intergarrison heads west toward the beach, it changes its name to Diverty, and Diverty is the boundary between Seaside and Marina. So the north side of Diverty would be Marina. The south side of the same street, Diverty, would be Seaside, and then it changes its name to Intergarrison. So the lay of the road is like one east-west corridor that changes the name, but where it is named Inner Garrison is not, Brian is telling us it's not within the city limits of Marina. All right, that's all I had for questions, unless anyone else had some that I may have missed. And if not, then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a perennial request of mine. When we have special presentations, I really would like to have, if I can ask Daryl or Frederick to pass it on to the city, please. I like to keep them as references. They're sort of nice, crisp summaries, and some of the slides were not in our packet, but could you do that, please? Because I save them and I use them as references for the future.
Staff has the presentation and we will forward it on to City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for noting that. And Lane, can you correct me on my understanding of districts? I get a little confused. You redistricted. We had a question tonight that, or a comment that Councilmember Medina Dirksen was not any longer representing the Preston Park area. Can you clarify the current status of our district boundaries relative to Preston Park?
Yeah, and Matt, jump in on this because we created new districts for the new election going forward. And so the districts are in place and the new election will elect people. But my understanding is until that new election occurs, that the existing people are in place. Is that your understanding, Matt? You're muted.
Thanks. Sorry, Lane. I was just going to quickly share the map itself. Maybe that might also help to
Can you
describe.
blow it up a bit, please, Matt?
Sure.
Huge
Does
district.
that help?
Yes.
So District 4 includes now Preston Park and all the way through to the Dunes and Sea Haven.
So Lane's question is, who represents District 4 right now?
Well, currently these maps won't take effect until the first of the year.
So the election.
Yeah, so I'm sorry.
So what we're looking at right now is what it will be after November 8th, but it's not the way it is now.
Yeah, let me jump back to.
Correct. So it is, as I understood. So all the new districts will take place after the election. New people are elected, but until then, Councilmember Christine Medina Dirksen, she represents those districts until a new election is held.
Okay, and Councilmember Medina Dirksen represents most of Sea Haven and part of the Dunes, and Mayor Pro Tem Biala represents the western half of the Dunes, approximately. So
That's correct.
District 2.
It'll stay that way until November 8th.
Correct.
Okay,
Then we'll have the new election, and then at the start of the year, they take effect.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Valley, did you have more input or were you done?
No, that was it. So I can make a motion.
I think we have a
Oh,
motion.
you're right. Okay. No, I'm fine. Call for the question.
All right, let's go to a vote, please. Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, I'd like
Bruce,
to
was that a
motion.
yes?
Yes. And I'd like to motion that we go to 10:30 if needed. Might need a lot more than that, but
I second.
we have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, considering the time of evening, how much time we have left till 10:30, we can go beyond 10:30 if we vote to do so. But we have three items. Reestablishing commissions, number 1, reviewing Cypress Knolls, number 2, and establishing rules and procedures for our meetings, number 3. So Council, Lane, let's go to David Burnett. How do we approach this, David?
So, Mr. Mayor, these are the kinds of questions that, to me, it seems we really want to get the public's input and thought on. And so I would hope that we could defer these to our next meeting and do them first on the agenda, because I really feel like there are a number of folks still on the call, but I really feel like, these are the kinds of discussions that we would like folks to be, fresh, as fresh as you can be, and get their input on it. That's my recommendation, that we adjourn now and take these 3 items at our next meeting.
Okay, Lane, thank you, David. Lane, what's up for our next council meeting? Or is depth of
Next, so we have a special meeting next Tuesday that's going to be on our habitat management program, or the ITP program. So that'll be next Tuesday. The next meeting will be on September 7th, and that is our equestrian center. That will take most of that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager, is there any item that we are, that is time of the essence that we may, that we're considering kicking the can down?
I would think getting the commissions up and going again, I think is a time essential one. I think we could cover that tonight. Actually, I don't think there's a lot of discussion, because we're just trying to bring them all back forward. The Cypress Mills really was just an update to the council of this is what is going on, and we just want to keep you abreast of that. The item on our making our meetings more efficient, effective, that will take a lot more time, but that is not time sensitive per se. Our city attorney Heidi Quinn has put together a good staff report, and so we could easily do that another meeting in September or October. That's not necessarily time sensitive, although it does have some really good thoughts and suggestions to make our meetings operate more efficiently.
Thank you. Kathy, Mayor Bertam Biala.
Thank you. And how ironic that we're trying to figure out 3 additional ones that we never got to. And one of them is how to make more efficient meetings. So we haven't gotten to that place, but I agree. I think that the issue of the commissions and the update on Cypress Knolls we can do tonight, and then leave the last one not too long, though. I think we really need to grapple with this, because we're always in this position at the end of the meeting. So I would like to hopefully see that come back in the end of September, our last meeting in September. But I think we can finish these last 2.
Okay, then let's move on with the agenda. Next with the commissions item.
And I'll handle that. Briefly, as everyone is aware, when COVID hit our city under the state guidelines, we stopped all the commissions and boards and committees from meeting, except those that were required, like the Planning Commission. We're to the point now where we can get those commissions up and going again, and our proposal is to get authorization to restart our Recreation Cultural Services Commission, the Public Works Commission, the Economic Development Commission, and the Tree Committee. And Guido is prepared to have more discussion on the Tree Committee. We have a couple of alternatives, but our recommendation is to bring that forward as it was constituted before. And then the last is to discontinue the Design Review Board. And again, Guido is prepared to discuss that in more detail. So I think just restarting our existing commissions is, I think we're ready to do that from a staffing perspective. We can handle that from a safety perspective. We can handle that as I mentioned in the staff report, we can work out per commission whether or not they're Zoom or in person. These are typically small. They've met in the conference rooms, some of them in the past, and we can work that out between the chair of the commission or the committee and the council liaison to that committee.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to what Guido has prepared.
Lane, I prepared 3 or 4 slides. Did you want me to walk them through that, or just describe more about the design review board and why we're not bringing that recommendation back? So,
yeah, if your slides will actually deal with those questions on the tree committee and the DRB, I think that would be helpful.
okay. So as Lane mentioned, the recommendation tonight is to bring back these committees and commissions and to disband the design review commission and to take steps to move towards that. The recommendation to not bring back the design review board is really driven by state law. There have been about 31 bills related to housing and streamlining housing that we've all had to quickly learn. And the whole focus of all those bills is to speed up the production of housing. And in light of SB 330's requirements that the city have no more than 5 meetings during the formal application phase of SB 330, and also in light of the fact that we will be quickly getting objective zoning standards adopted soon, it really doesn't make sense to bring back that design review board. The staff report does reference, though, that prior to the objective standards being adopted, it does make sense to have architectural plans peer reviewed. So at least the Planning Commission has some third-party objective analysis of ways to reduce the bulk and mass of multifamily and projects per the Housing Accountability Act until the objective standards are adopted. So that is basically the gist of my staff report, and in the interest of time, I'll now take questions. So.
All right, Lane, what's the relevance of the Economic Development Commission? In concept, it's highly relevant, but the way it's been operated and utilized in the past, I question whether it's been very effective. And we're recommending in this report to bring it back. So can you talk a little bit about that commission?
You know, I'm really glad you asked that question, because that has been constantly asked by, and I talked with the past chair of that commission, and they have actually have struggled whether or not we even need to have that commission. And so what I talked with the chair about, and this was months ago, that we'd sit down and really talk about the purpose and what we think would add value for the commission. Previously, they would just get kind of reports and updates, and just didn't really feel there's a lot of purpose. And so our thought was at least to get the authority from council to get that commission going again, and then talk with them. And from our priority point of view, we don't necessarily have to get that one going immediately, but sit down, talk with the chair again, and maybe come back to the council and refocus it if we need to, in something that makes it more worthwhile. Or if the council wanted to hold off on that one, I think that's fine. I think the commission, Economic Development Commission, at least the previous people, would be fine to hold off on that if we wanted to have that on a future discussion.
Okay, let's hear what other council members think too. But for now, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you also brought up the EOC, and I want to ask, off the top of your head, Lane, what products have actually come out of that commission before now, just so that we have an idea of what they have actually done?
They helped quite a bit with the Arts Village as we worked out the concepts and design with that and ideas to make that move forward. And we have some different future ideas. And so they've kind of helped in the past, and I think that could be something that would help in the future. As
Could something like that be handled in other commissions or other venues? Is my question, because when I hear Economic Development Commission, I don't know how much that is part of our whole economic development of the city. It has a different ring to me in terms of what that committee's purpose would be, but so now I have to just go back and say, irrespective of what we wanted this to be, what were the projects and could they have been accomplished in some other venue? Because I know every commission will take staff time because you have to organize the meeting, you have to notice it, you have to take the minutes and all of that. So unless it has true important value at this point, we're still not fully staffed. And so that would be my concern.
All right, thank you, Kathy.
Oh, I have some other ones. I'm sorry, that was just one point. So of these, I guess there were 4 commissions or committees that you have listed here. How many members in each one of these?
Shep, do you have that off the top of your head there?
Yes, for EDC, their Economic Development Commission, there would be 5 members.
Okay.
For the Recreation Cultural Services Commission, there are 5 members. For the Tree Committee, I believe there are 5 members, but I believe some of them come from the Planning Commission. And for Public Works, there are 5 members.
Okay, so they're all 5. Now, you say in the staff report, we basically have all expired terms because of us not having them enacted for 3 years plus maybe. So if we put out the advertising for new commissioners, if we don't get the full complex, do we not start the commissions up again? And could that take a while then? Or can we start with just a supposed quorum? So we could start with, if we got 3, and then we can do interim nomination or advertising again, interviewing again later, because it might take a while for us to get the full complex.
Let me defer to Heidi on that. I mean, I know when we have a commission fully staffed, and if someone resigns or leaves out of the area, and say there's 5, they're down to 4, that commission still can meet and function.
They could still meet with 3 is my point. So
right,
we don't get up to that.
Heidi, do you have any thoughts on that?
Off the top of my head, when I was reviewing the different code sections, I did notice that a quorum was the majority of the members present. So you're only constituting it right to that level. There's a quorum of the level that is constituted, which differs from other agencies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just wanting to know that, because if we want to start it off and we still can't get to 5, it's very useful information from our legal counsel. Also, just to make sure, because I know that when I was on the Planning Commission, we really did focus a lot about this idea of objective design standards. And so I know that we are attempting to do that and document it in the Downtown Vitalization Specific Plan. But do we find these objective design standards also in other documents in the city, like the general plan or the municipal codes, so that it's not just those in one place, but overall different places in the city's documents?
Lane, I can answer that. Yeah. So objective standards typically are a component of the zoning code. Since I've been here reviewing the general plan, it's rather unique general plans that it actually has very specific standards within the general plan. Probably when we're working on the objective standards, we'll have to pull out some of those from the general plan and stick them in the objective standards. It's not typical in a general plan to mandate a ratio of trees and a particular. I mean, there's quite a bit of stuff I can go on and on, but that's the one that kind of comes to mind. But yeah, definitely we would want to stick some of those in the objective standards document. So
I see. Okay, then the other thing I know that we did a lot of in the Planning Commission, but also the DRB, was the sign, this master sign program, and it's probably very old. But does this suffice enough? So if we disbanded the DRB, that we can still have our preferences for the signs based on the current sign program.
If there's a valid master sign program in the city of Marina, we will absolutely enforce that.
Yeah, we have one. It's just that I don't even know when the last time it was revised.
Well, a master sign program is usually for a particular project or a strip mall or a large subdivision. So there's more than one MSP. But to answer your question, absolutely, we will enforce those moving forward, just as we are doing now.
Yeah, okay. I think we do have one that sort of is a broader kind of.
Okay, in our zoning code, we have a whole sign section on sign code, and it basically is what Guido is saying. Yeah, we enforce it anyway, and we'll continue to enforce it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all for my questions.
You're muted, Bruce.
You're muted.
There.
Thank you. So I'll motion we authorize the resumption of the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission, the Public Works, the Economic Development Commission, after staff comes to us with some more information on that particular commission, and the Tree Committee. And we authorize the disbanding of the Design Review Board, the DRB.
I second. Just clarification, Mr. Mayor. So are we recommending not to approve the Economic Development Commission until we get further information?
It's kind of a mixed bag. I'm trying to defer to Lane's suggestion that he has the authorization to do it, but he's not going to do it before he thinks more about it and comes to us with the results of his thought.
Exactly. So just why I want the green light, get them all open, but I will come back to the council with some thoughts on the Economic Development Commission after we've had a chance to talk about it.
Okay, so then we'd have to vote on, if you find that it can be done, the functions can be done elsewhere, that we would come back and now disband it formally.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Second still holds.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Anyone wishing to speak? Let's start with Nancy Amadeo. Welcome back, Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Number one, I appreciate the motion. I'll say that up front. I was the liaison to the Design Review Board, or excuse me, the liaison to the, the Design Review, no, Economic Development Commission. I've got two thoughts running through my head at the same time. And when I started as the liaison, the commission was very discouraged because they heard reports, but they didn't do anything. They accepted the reports. That doesn't make any sense at all. But one of the things that I learned is that they didn't know what the council priorities were for the year. And in knowing what the council priorities were, they could then act upon those priorities to provide information to the council on how those things would impact and how you could better impact the economic development of our community. So how would the Arts Village directly impact our economic development? They developed the banner program that we now have 4 banners throughout the year. in order to draw attention to our community, because if you draw people in, banners really help. And then they slow down, they notice the businesses, the restaurants, et cetera, stop, do more in your community. So they understood the value, but they needed to know what the priorities were so that they could work within those priorities to better serve the city and the city council. And I think if previous commissioners were asked about that time, they would actually tell you the things that they felt like they could have a big impact on, rather than the no impact that they had prior to that, because they truly they didn't see any purpose in what they were doing. And then the design review board, I'm entirely in favor of that going away as long as there's some sort of peer review. So I appreciated Guido's input there. And then with the tree committee, it was my understanding from the staff report that the tree committee would meet as a joint meeting with planning commission in order to make sure that all the review process for housing projects were completed in those 5 meetings that's mandated by the state. So as long as that occurs, then you really only need to have 4 members, because 1 member is always a planning commissioner anyway. And I think that would set things up for that to the first year. So you still have a quorum because there's a planning commissioner on that, and then 2 more the following year so that you have that rotation. I think that would be very effective, and I do support the motion. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Brian McCarthy. Welcome back, Brian. Brian and I are playing mute, unmute. Go ahead, Brian.
How are we doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Brian McCarthy. I'm currently one of your planning commissioners. And I want to preface my comments with just an acknowledgement that I really think that our relatively new community development director, Guido Persicone, is really leading our community development department in a positive direction. And I'm really sensitive to the amount of work the department is doing and their ability to take on some of these boards. And also, regardless of how you move forward tonight, I do like the idea of selecting an architect or 2 for peer review. And I think that architect should be contracted on an annual basis, selected by the council by some kind of interview process. And I hope the arrangement might be considered to remain part of the process for projects that are not qualified housing projects and not subject to the new legislation. Having said that, I think the proposal to disband the DRB is missing some solutions that help develop our city identity. One of the things I've long championed, and I hear from concerned citizens as I speak to people, is Marina's kind of lack of an identity. And the tool that many municipalities use to help create that identity is their design review or similar board. And it should be noted that I'm not personally aware of any other city in the state that did not quickly re-engage their design review or equivalent board. And if we do go ahead with disbanding this, I think we're going to be in a pretty severe minority of cities that have done so. So I would be curious to actually dig up those statistics and see, because I didn't do that, but I'm not aware of many others that have chosen to do this. As a planning commissioner, I found the DRB to be really helpful. Many of them were kind of experts in their field. They pointed out a lot of aesthetic components that were kind of missed by staff review. I think disbanding the committee, you're kind of saying that their input was not really helpful or important. And I personally don't agree with that. And I know that 3 sitting council members were on the planning commission at one point, 2 that are present tonight. So I'd really be curious to hear from those council members whether they found the design review board to be helpful or not while they were on the planning commission. I just really hope we're doing this for the right reasons. Again, objective design standards were mentioned, but it should be noted that on our last PC agenda, there were no qualified housing projects. The meeting before that didn't have a single qualified housing project subject to objective design standards. Meeting before that didn't have any qualified housing projects subject to objective design standards. So, it's a way of me reminding you that a large number of our projects are not objective or not qualified housing projects and not subject to objective design guidelines. So again, I just really don't favor this. I sense that maybe the council doesn't agree with my point of view, but I do think it's really important. There's one other thing that I think has not been talked about, and that is that there's a sense that maybe some of these boards weren't run as well as they could have been. And I think that's a legitimate concern. And I think it should be addressed, and I think it should be talked about transparently and openly. But I don't think that that alone should be a reason to disband the board. I think that we just need to do a better job of recruiting and selecting people that can serve in these positions and really help our city grow in a positive way. Those are my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. And we'll give everyone else who hasn't spoken a chance to raise their hand in the next couple of moments. Okay, we'll close public comments. Thank you, Nancy and Brian. I don't think anyone else spoke. I didn't detect any questions, but really good comments. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett and then Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not really in favor of dissolving the DRB completely. I think as it's currently constituted, it didn't serve the purpose that it was intended. So I would hope that we could disband the current DRB and then have some thought, maybe a joint session with the Planning Commission, and talk about what role the DRB could provide, because clearly the expertise is not on the Planning Commission, and the option of bringing in a peer review. These are folks that may or may not be familiar with our area, definitely not with our city. So I would have some concerns about that. But I just felt, as my number of years on the Planning Commission, that the DRB kind of regarded the Planning Commission as their subcommittee in many ways, and would not be transparent or particularly communicative in some of the rationale as to why the decisions that came down. Maybe they felt that the commission couldn't understand it, that it was too technical, which I always loved as being a planner. So I'm in favor of disbanding the DRB, but I hope that at some future point in time, we can have a discussion as to how to best fulfill the role. First, define what the role should be, and then talk about how we can go about filling that. I don't think a peer review long-term serves the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
May I let Mayor Pro Tem go before me, please?
Sure, Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. Because we've approached this dilemma of which commissions and committees to open back up, I have to say that I thought the creative ideas here were really good, because in other iterations of this, I hadn't thought of the things that were brought up. So, for example, the DRB, disbanding that and having a peer-reviewed design review person attached to the Planning Commission, as well as having an independent tree committee. But if it exceeds the 5 limitation meetings, then it would be combined with the Planning Commission. So I really appreciate those 2 solutions that were not brought up in the past. I want to comment on the DRB. I was the liaison from the Planning Commission to the DRB, and I have mixed reviews. Because you're asking for architects, we also had people not from Marina on that DRB. So in terms of are we representing what Marina residents want, or some other area's vision of what buildings should look like, etc. So that was something that was a bit difficult. They're all very competent architects, but maybe their personal reach into our community might have been limited. And when I first became the liaison, it was really that we sat around and put documents in front, and it was so informal. It was almost like a club. And then the decision was made to use the dais, and that helped a lot because it made it more that we were more objective, we were less subjective, and we had specific times when we could talk rather than sort of this creating the project in an informal way. So there has been an evolution since I've been a part of that, which then kind of made me feel at first that I was an outsider in this committee of architects, and it was a very informal setting. So it has grown in ways during that tenure of mine on the DRB. So I have to say I'm not opposed to disbanding the DRB, because I think that I would like to see how the Planning Commission does with a peer-reviewed architect input, as opposed to convening this group again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I do appreciate Brian McCarthy's comments, because I too think that some missteps of other cities around us have been the lack of interest in conforming, creating an identity. So I am not necessarily in favor of disbanding, but I understand the limitations of our staff. So perhaps if there might be a friendly amendment to come back in 8 months, 10 months, 12 months, whatever Mr. Guido says, that maybe 8 months or something, as we get our staff up to place, because we're going to be having some new developments come our way. And I think creating this identity for our community, rather than having just an overall, I'm not saying to go as strict as a Carmel, what materials and what color you use. However, a conforming identity, I think, behooves us as we move forward as a community. So I'm not necessarily in favor of disbanding it completely. However, I would like to possibly make a friendly amendment, if it's not too late, is come back and revisit it. On another matter is the economic development. I am pleased to see this coming forward. As we pertain to the larger picture, our hotels are growing. The tourism industry is providing us with an incredible opportunity. We have the Walmart, and if you've ever walked into Walmart on a weekend or whenever, you're going to see the license plates from across the country, and you're finding people with various accents. I always ask in a very kind way, and I think Marina, having met with hospitality in settings of their luncheons, they're looking to expand that extra day. So whatever Marina can do, and I think we're perfectly poised to do this, is develop our economic engine here as it relates to tourism, and also as it relates to marketing Marina as a, and also as it meshes with, companion pieces of doing business, like our planning capacity. I think it's very important that we really get the ball rolling on the economic development, because we are providing a promise that could really stimulate our regional economy here on the peninsula. So those are my comments. I'm not necessarily in favor of disbanding. That's all I have to say.
All right, Christina, can you clarify what your friendly amendment would be?
My friendly amendment would be to come back within a 6-month or reasonable time frame, as staff capacity allows, to revisit our ability to have an architectural review committee and with possible timelines.
Okay, so then you would suggest not putting its disbandment in tonight's agenda, but rather putting its further consideration, like the Economic Development Commission, and bring it back to us before reinstituting it or disbanding it permanently?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll change my motion, see if I can get the second, that we accept the staff report, reinstitute the Recreation Cultural Services, Public Works, and the Tree Committee. And regarding the Design Review Board and the Economic Development Commission, that we authorize staff to take a second look at those two at their pleasure, and try to come back to us within 6 months on those two commissions.
I seconded it. However, I would like to see what the alternative generates before we assume that we should reinstitute the Design Review Board.
Yeah, that's a really good comment, and it's really tricky because we have huge projects coming up. And if we were to reinstitute the DRB now, it would get to work on some of these large projects. If we wait 6 months, like the motion dictates, up to 6 months, these projects can get started without the Design Review Board. And so the horse might be out of the barn, given the current motion I've made, to try to get these commissions reinstituted when they can actually do some good as far as these big, large developments. Lane, what do you think about Marina Station, Cypress Knolls, the new hotels coming in, phase 3 of the dunes? What might be the Design Review Board role in those, and the Economic Development Commission in the next 6 months? And what do we lose by going 6 months without those two boards and those large projects coming on?
With the dunes, that specific plan and those agreements are already in place, so they wouldn't be reviewing anything with the future dunes projects. Marina Station is, most of that is the same way. Most of that is already approved. Now the hotel would be different, and so that would be something that they could potentially look at. We still have the concerns about the 5 total meetings. And if you had a DRB separate meeting, that starts to impact, especially those big projects, that impacts the council and the planning commission's bites at the apple there.
Right. Well, I think that we're hearing some desire to combine meetings to get around those housing related 5 meeting caps. So for example, the DRB would meet with planning commission jointly in housing 338, AB 330
Right.
situations.
That is correct.
All right. So I'm just reading between the lines here, your body language, et cetera, doesn't really wish to continue the DRB or the EDC. Is that accurate?
We'd like to come back, and I think your suggestion, you come back in 6 months to a year and talk about Economic Development Commission and both DRB and maybe even sooner as we get the bandwidth to do that. We can certainly do that.
Okay. I won't hold you to the or sooner part, because I know how things go. We'll have more fires to put out, and they'll seem much more important than these reviews. Kathy, go ahead. Your hand is up.
Yes. I fully appreciate Council Member Christina Medina Dirksen's comment about the economic concerns that we need some drivers. My thought is at this point that role and function could be done, for example, maybe more efficiently at this point. But again, we don't have this position. We had sort of an economic development coordinator before. And after she retired, we didn't have any. So who on our staff is currently charged with economic development for the city? Who is that now? And are we hiring for that? Because that makes a difference. I don't know that putting an economic development commission in place because we don't have the real driver of personnel committed to this doesn't make sense to me either, because that's a whole specialty, and a you know, a layperson's commission should not be charged with developing, you know, our economy. I mean, it has to have some direction from somebody who's a specialist in this field.
So at this point, what we have authorized is changing Marilyn's former position to a communications PR specialist position, but part of that would be continuing doing economic development work and working directly with the businesses. A large part of the big economic development is just in the city manager's office between Matt and myself, and then bringing in the community development. And so we're going to be involved regardless on the big picture economic development, but the day-to-day interaction with the businesses, that is what we relied on that previous position that Marilyn staffed.
And so when are we expected to hire for that combined position?
We are working on the job description for that right now, and we're targeting hopefully September 7th to bring that job description to the council for approval.
Okay, because I would rather hold off on the Economic Development Commission until we hire that position. I don't think it makes sense to have the commission when you don't have someone dedicated to marketing and promotion of our local businesses without that position. So I would hope we still do, in the mayor's initial motion, is to not resurrect that commission until we have a little bit more information from the city manager and his staff.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. So we have a motion on the floor. Any further comments before we go to a vote? Oh, yeah, we haven't. Yeah, we had public comment, right?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
What confused me was we modified the motion, or I modified the motion. Okay, Anita, can we please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Can you just restate the motion, please?
Yeah, that we adopt the resolution. I think there is a resolution. Yeah, we adopt the resolution attached to our staff report, and we resume the Rec and Cultural Services Commission, the Public Works Commission, and the Tree Committee, and let the staff come back to us at their pace with the Economic Development Commission and Design Review Board analysis, further analysis.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Douglas.
Yes. All right. Special thanks to Brian McCarthy, Mike Owen. You've been a staunch, repeated, frequent flyer, getting us to go get these commissions up to speed. And Lane, you took a lot of heat about this over the years, and I know that you were trying your best to get them started with all the other things going on. So thanks to staff, Guido, everybody involved with getting these commissions back into place. We didn't talk about how we're going to do interviews, so we'll talk about that some other time. See how everyone likes the interviews process. Maybe we wait till Brian is on city council and whoever else wins the new District 4. And we'll have until January maybe to figure those out. Unless we want to get them going sooner, which we might. But anyway, that's just a note that we didn't talk about the interview process to get commissioners on the commissions. So maybe Lane and I could talk about that offline, or however you want to do that, Lane.
Yeah, but we could definitely talk offline, but I think our intent at this point is just to get them up and going as quickly as possible, keeping our old approach, but then the council wants to have future discussions about changing or modifications to that process. we certainly could.
Well, I wonder if we can go ahead with the hiring or what Anita does, her magic to get the applications in. But maybe that meeting where we talk about a special meeting next week, what's the main topic?
It's going to be our ITP, the habitat management, that will take the whole meeting.
Well, consider putting on the agenda, if it's convenient, the interview process. That shouldn't take too long, just to talk about who's going to do the interviews. But
So I'll talk with you offline about it, and we can talk with Heidi. May have some ideas too.
Okay, great. All right. Well, the Cypress Knolls report. Oh, we're past time, so either we take a few minutes or just read the report. The staff report is great on Cypress Knolls. I just say Godspeed. You're going in the right direction. But Allison or Lane or Guido, if you want to talk about Cypress Knolls for 5 minutes, we can extend tonight's meeting a few minutes.
We are good with that. I think the staff report covered it. We just want to get the council and public up to date, and we really wanted to start those interviews and didn't want you to be cold getting these calls on the interviews. So
please, everybody, read the staff report on Cypress Knolls. Great creative innovation going on, just getting that kicked off. So thank you, staff, whoever had anything to do with it. It looks great. Good ideas. And we're getting outside help to get us going on a charrette-like public process, which is fantastic.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask one question about that, the Cypress Knolls, before we adjourn?
Sure.
So I just want to get some comments about how we see the Cypress Knolls process going with the general plan. Like how are we planning for this?
Okay, that does sound like an in-depth question, and we're already past the adjournment time. So I'll motion we go for 5 more minutes to discuss Cypress Knolls and Kathy and Christina's comments.
I can answer that later if you want.
Is there a second? Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we can have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, so we'll go till 10:32. Please continue, Kathy.
Okay, so my question is, how do we see the overlay of the general plan with the Cypress Knolls specific plan development?
Lane, I can answer that if you want. Or...
Yeah, please, Guido.
Yeah. So, ideally, you would want them to go generally be consistent, but the general plan could take anywhere from 3 to 5 years. And there's going to be a specific plan for the Cypress Knolls that'll probably get adopted sooner. And the quicker we can show the state that we're being a good regional partner, the better for the city. So they will be connected in some way, but in different ways, it'll be a completely different schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So,
Councilmember Medina Dirksen, did you still have input?
It was on another matter adjourning in the memory, but we didn't put it on the agenda, so I think I'm good.
Okay, well, you'll still have your chance to say your thoughts when we adjourn. I'll let you adjourn the meeting. Okay, so please, everybody, read the staff report of Cypress Knolls. And, well, maybe we have to go to public comment, Heidi. We do have Brian McCarthy with his hands up. Heidi, help us out here. We have 3 more minutes. Oh, Brian took his hand down. So Heidi, do we need to have public comment here, since I did open up an agenda items called Cypress Knolls?
Weren't you just receiving the report?
That was the original. Yeah.
Yeah, so typically when you have a report and you're simply receiving it, you don't need to make a motion, because by submission in the agenda packet, it's automatically received.
Okay, I was under the impression that any agenda item required public opportunity.
It's only action by council requires public input prior to consideration. I mean, you do have this list, you have it listed under action items, but it's really not, it's simply receipt of a report.
Okay, all right. Well, we don't have any hands up right now, but even if we did, we would probably be adjourning. Okay, Thank you, everybody. I'm going to turn it over to Christina Medina Dirksen to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Supervisor Carmen Ramirez.
Yes, I'll be quick. I wanted to just bring everybody's attention to Ventura County Supervisor Carmen Ramirez was killed Friday while walking across the street. They had the legless lizard and a power plant. We had the sand plant, slant well, and snowy plover. She was a fierce advocate for community and the environment. Their community was just like ours, and she worked very, very hard and was in the forefront of environmental justice. So she was always a voice for the underrepresented, always open for conversation. I bonded with her, and she was just a very inspirational figure. So if you'd want to look her up, it was Carmen Ramirez, Supervisor, and I'd love to honor her by adjourning in her memory this evening.
Thank you, Christina. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Right.